I figure I want to tilt that at least. Gonna go up. I guess it did a little bit. Oh, this side's like way fucking longer. What the fuck? This side's longer than this side. God damn it, I hate that. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my god. Oh.
You wouldn't have to have like $10 I could borrow, or
Not 10, but
9.
Eight.
What you got?
I got 8 right here.
8. Yeah.
Something, I guess.
Yeah. Guess you don't have to do payroll.
Probably doesn't
I
beat.
got some bicentennial quarters around here. I get to spend them. Ah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, just don't take that. Just make sure it's not that 110 like last time. We don't need that happening again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think. I'm just like, oh, it's some 10s. You know, that's most of my life, that's what a 10 looked like. So I didn't even make a second thought. You did get both of those back, didn't you?
I mean, I got the 34 one back. I know there was another one that was like a 55, but I mean,
Because they had both of those down there.
well, I only really had enough for at least one of them, but I mean, I technically had to for both, but it's whatever. I don't care. I mainly wanted the 34 one, and luckily that was the one I got.
Yeah, well, you got a 29 too, plus all your money, plus the 20. But
Yeah.
was it 27 or 29?
I got my brain on other shit. Like it's
Condolences for the mistake.
so well, it's fine. At this point, like that's not even a thing I'm even fucking thinking about.
Gives you a nice item to your your money. Like numismatist, something like that.
Yes, I've been watching all the George Carlin specials today. Sounds better than my day, at least. And, you know, I just realized, fucking foggy. Do I got anything to wipe it with? Yeah. Okay, there we go. Is that even better? Kind of. Yeah, it's better. I fucking god. Man. Ugh. Fucking drama day, I swear to god. Sleep deprivation, coffee, fucking some alcohol, some weed. Yeah, I'm making sure that I'm gonna be buzzed out. I mean, the coffee I already had a while ago, but now it's definitely just gonna be all like, bleh. Sleep deprived, buzzing on alcohol, fucking buzzing on, well, that too, but buzzing on fucking caffeine. Brain all mushed out, fucking. My, like, I don't know what it was about fucking manager today and shit, but gosh, she was a fucking, like, been outright, I don't even know what. Like, I've had a long day, yeah. Yeah, I didn't really sleep too much last night, because I had to wake up really fucking early for work, so, yeah. And, of course, my manager was all pissed that I even had a mid-shift, because she's like, because she's like, you never tell you blah blah blah, you know, that you do these things. I'm like, oh, and I was like, because I was like right when I first fucking walked in, I was just like, hold the fuck up, what? Like, I told her, I almost said his name, but I told my other guy that I switched with, I'm like, hey, as long as you tell our manager, like, you know, what's the sitch with that, you know, she's okay with it, then, you know, like, go ahead and, you know, write in there and shit. You know, and it'll be all good. And I assumed he did, because when he did do that, she was there that day. So, and they were talking back and forth pretty frequently, and of course, never fucking did. So I'm the first one to show up out of that situation. Only 20 minutes later, one of the closers calls in and fucking says that, like, oh, he didn't call in. He says, oh, I'm calling up and say, hey, I'm going to be an hour late. And she's like, Jesus fucking Christ. You know, she started, you know, kind of going on about that. And it's just like, I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck, you know, got with you today? Like, honestly. And frankly, you know, I don't even know if necessarily I have, like, the same exact, you know, opinion I did about her, you know, like I initially have, because frankly, she two-faced as fuck. Like, I mean, legit. Frankly, at this point, because one of the closest to the guy who called up earlier to show up at 3, he got into it with her and had a fat fucking argument literally right after I left for fucking lunch, so I just missed it. And honestly, I kind of wish I could have, you know, stuck around and stayed to, you know, just kind of see, you know, because frankly, at least at this point, I'm willing to stick up for, you know, us as a crew more so than, you know, like a manager, period. Just flat, you know. So, I mean, that includes ours, frankly. And also, it's just like, I mean, you know, I've been hearing like a lot of fucking backstabbing bullshit, you know, especially lately about me from her. Not obviously directly, but very indirectly from, you know, other people saying, oh yeah, she's trying to, like, you know, want to get rid of you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, over what? Because I, you know, don't have the greatest attendance all the fucking time? I mean, it's just like, really? Like, over that? Because, frankly, like, I'd like to see this place stay up and running and clean when I'm fucking gone. Like, honestly, like, I literally look just like, okay, besides basically, like, you and you, it's like, this place would fall right the fuck apart. And we were just all like, yeah, we know. Like, I mean, no one else doesn't really do much of their shit. Like, you know, because they're like, yeah, you got your attendance thing, but you're a good fucking worker. They ain't gonna get rid of you. And they basically were just like, look, not even fucking, you know, the store manager, even if he's all, you know, whatever about it. Frankly, in a weird way, he doesn't even necessarily give a shit because it's like less money in my paycheck, so to speak. So he's like, oh, more money for me. So he doesn't give that much of a fuck as long as shit just gets done over there. And, you know, so for him at least, it's whatever to him. So he doesn't give a shit as long as his profits are made. There's been a few times where we're like got some heavy staffing issues and he'd call me in the office, which is honestly kind of a creepy and scary feeling every time, but he would basically just like, I know you sometimes take like hour lunches and stuff like that, do you mind just taking a 30 today? He'll just literally just say that, and you know, and not fucking push it or nothing. He would just say that, and I'm like, yeah, sure, that's fine. He's like, okay, cool, and just literally just thumb me up, and that's it. And it's like, okay. You know, so it's like, you know, I know he probably does kind of give a shit, but, like, he doesn't give that much of enough of a shit to make it a serious addressable thing, because he knows I'm a good fucking worker, at least, you know, from what other people said. And it's just like, you know, because, you know, he ain't fucking checking up on me by any fucking means at all, outside of, you know, very rare instances where that would happen. Again, calling offices, same here. But that's why it's, like, kind of a spooky feeling either way, but I mean, luckily, at least, you know, I don't have to really deal with that much. If anything, he'll just kind of, you know, check up, see how things are going every now and then, and be like, you stalking this and that, blah, 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 you face this, you dust, you know, some of that. But, you know, he's making sure you stay on your fucking feet. Because he doesn't give a fuck, but, you know, making sure he has his cut. So, but frankly, like, yeah, I mean, I've had a pretty nutty day with fucking drama. Cause, I mean, and also, with this whole fucking wage shit, like, my assumption about this shit was actually fucking correct. So basically, corporation, the company, was fucking lying to, not just to everybody, when it comes to the workplace, not just our store, but across the board, like, everywhere. And, at least everywhere that the local represents. And, with that, they've also were lying to the fucking face of the union, too, because they started getting, for the past, like, month now, from me, too, endless fucking calls of, like, what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck. Like, where is it? And then they pressure the company and are like, so they basically had their thumb up their ass. A lot of union. Yeah, no, it is. Like, it absolutely fucking illegal. Is anything going to happen because of that, though? No. It's just now, the company at this point is like, okay, they are now going to be asserted by the 9th. Yes. Like, this time they've, like, actually stated it and, like, made it an immediate fucking thing. So, it's just like, I was fucking right. Like, because when I remember, talking about some of this shit about, like, why it hasn't popped in yet, it's because my main assumption is that the fucking corporation is literally dragging it on as long as fucking possible to get whatever type of cuts, whatever type of bullshit, and basically scalp as much fucking money off of it as possible. So they can make sure that they can maximize their profit before the fucking contract actually is in place. And it was supposed to be in place months ago, and we're getting away with it that entire time. And it was basically only because people like me were constantly fucking hitting up the union being like, what the fuck is happening? Like, why, like, what's going on? And they're like, well, it should have happened. This is, very strange. Yes, we're looking into it here. And eventually it's like, yeah, they were literally just lying to you. They literally were just not giving it to you. Corporations have one goal in mind when doing anything, more money. Yep. And also our department manager's non-union either, so she gets extra fucked when it comes to a lot of this shit. But it's just like, I mean, especially today, like, honestly, it's like sometimes shit like that ain't much of an excuse. It's like, you can't like, if she wants to actually have, like, some element of respect, she has to fuck communicate. She just isn't a communicator, especially when there's, like, some two-faced backstabbing fucking bullshit, behind all of our fucking backs, like, everybody. I mean, she does it to everyone, apparently. Because, I mean, I'll hear endless shit about, like, all sorts of, different people from her. And it's like, and in my mind, I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm assuming I'm in this, too, somewhere. Yeah, I know. I mean, for a fact. But knowing how it's just, like, it's to the point where it's like, nah, fuck them. I kind of want to get rid of them. It's like, alright, then do it. So, like, frankly, I mean, obviously the union wouldn't allow that. They would protect me on that fucking front. But even with, some of the, attendance shit, they would still defend me. And it's just like, because, like, what? Like, I mean, look what I fucking do when I'm actually here. And then look at everybody else. It's like, who's actually fucking putting up the, doing the shit? Like, God, like, being there for as long as I have, can't tell you how many people that have come and gone that literally do not do a fucking thing. Like, seriously. It's not even I don't have anything inherently against that, but if you're not gonna, like, do much and be very hyper-minimalistic, at least, like, wipe shit down, sweet, like, some basic bare minimal shit. At least feign the idea that you're doing something. Like, I've mastered that shit pretty easily. Like, there's plenty of stuff that, I'll be wiping down or, like, putting away or shit that don't even necessarily need to be dealt with. And, and it's just basically a way to feign looking like you're doing something, even though you're not really doing anything. So it's just like, fuck, at least look like you're doing some shit. It's like, standing around doesn't exactly help anybody. And it just adds more animosity, too. And it's honestly a wonder why there's just, like, a lot of fucking backstabbery, two-faced fucking shit. Because honestly, it's like, do you think I feel good just being like, oh, yeah, let me just, like, fucking start doing the same thing? Because, frankly, it's like, I at least would have the benefit of the doubt and some fucking respect. Because, honestly, it's just like, on a general level, I do not have a fucking positive view about managers, period, really. And, it's nice to have a kind of a rare exception every now and then, but, well, honestly, even then, that doesn't really happen that often. She might be nice, she might, when it comes to actually being a manager, it's good. But when it comes to actually managing people, just ain't, like, that just, she just can't do it. What I see, I absolutely hate doing that work for me, so I have the grease traps. I'm used to that shit now at this point. For me, it's... I mean, it's up there. That shit's definitely up there. Probably fucking, honestly, just distressing at the end of the night. Because of all the shit that we throw away. I mean, a lot of it, you know, is still relatively pretty decent. I mean, so, frankly, if anything, that. And then I guess it would be like, you know, degree straps and shit like that. But honestly, like, really, it's gonna be distressing shit and having to toss shit out, even though it's still fine. And honestly, from what I understand about the whole fucking heated back and forth that happened earlier today and shit, yeah, from one of our closes and all that. With that, it was basically like him calling out her attitude because he knows pretty much right off the bat she was, you know, kind of having a little bit of a snippy fit. Well, not a fit, but just, you know, being snippy. And fucking, you know, and that's how essentially the argument started. And he was like going off, I was like, I'm calling the fucking rep and this and that and all this other shit. And it's like, I mean, he eventually cooled down and basically, actually, I put it in a pretty funny way. It's like, well, if it's her time, you know, to kind of be, you know, a little bit of a bitch, then I'm gonna, you know, equalize that, you know, her bitchiness. It's like, I'm gonna equalize, you know, her bitchiness just across the board, and, you know, I'll match it. It's just like, damn, love it, honestly. Because frankly, like I said, at the end of the day, I'd rather stick up, you know, for my fellow coworkers, you know, when it comes down to the, like, actual, like, grunt work and shit, you know, versus fucking managers, honestly. If anything, you should give food for 2 workers since they're supporting the government assistance. No shit. And even then, not a lot of us are on it. Like, I'm on some, I mean, not directly, just because of some of my family. But, like my manager, she actually is not qualified for, like, most of that type of shit. There's, and one of our ergo workers is a veteran and shit. Like, you think the VA does fuck all for him? You know, it's just like, I mean, honestly, today, like, there was actually kind of a lot of talk, you know, about, like, the military-industrial complex and how fucked, you know, vets, you know, get screwed over and shit. Because there's actually a couple of vets that came in today and stuff, and he was talking back and forth with them and shit. And it's just like, I mean, it just kind of shows, like, how fucked, you know, the average general working class, even, you know, when it comes to, like, being on the ground type of managerial position. Because, I mean, it's not like I don't have, like, empathy, you know, for my current manager to the degree, but it dropped a lot. Just because it's just like, I mean, you gotta, like, I mean, still, you know, look out for us. I mean, because isn't that part of your fucking job? Is to be trying to look out for us? If you're, like, a department manager and we're a part of that? I mean, so that's, like, kind of the problem about the whole communication thing. It's just like, I mean, you gotta fucking, like, actually, you know, like, let us know if you got our back, basically. And it's just like, evidently not. And now I will question whether she, you know, if she does when it comes to, like, if, you know, let's say your management, you know, wants to question me about some bullshit. Being like, oh, hey, you know, it's like, so, you know, we discovered that there was, like, you know, maybe a couple of things that, you know, maybe we, like, swiped away at the daily or stuff for free that you're taking, you know, blah, 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 that should be paid for, or some weird fucking bullshit like that. And it's just like, I mean, to me, do I trust her to have my fucking back? No, I don't. Like, not at all. So sad, bad reach. Yeah, honestly. I mean, it's because, like, I mean, that's why I'm, you know, especially for me, I'm so critical against the military-industrial complex, because really it's not about, like, the dudes who go over and shit. I was even mentioning that to them a little bit. It's like, I mean, you know, there's such an animosity to some people, not really anymore, but at least back in, like, the Vietnam era especially, where there was such animosity about the war that it didn't really matter if you were drafted or, you know, forced into it or desperate, you know, to try to have a better opportunity like most people are these days. It's like, I want to have government pay for my college, so I guess I'll join the National Guard or, you know, join USMC or some shit. You know, whatever the fuck. So it's just like, I mean, you know, there's a lot of people that won't even consider shit like that and just fuck on them like they're just as much of the problem as the fucking people, you know, making the decisions to go to war and do these fucking crimes, you know, and shit. It's just like, Not always. Like, yeah, there definitely are people that, it's incentivized, by the military-industrial complex to have people that are probably a little bit more psychopathic and willing to just, like, gun down a bunch of people more so than, some average bloke. Like, obviously, they're going to want that. So, yeah, you're going to have those people for sure, but what, you really think every fucking person is like that? Of course not. And for the cases that are like that, and we, see them for who they are, treat them like a war criminal like the rest of them, as far as I'm fucking concerned. Make them an equal. Because at that rate they are. They're just more directly, because they're the ones on the ground doing it. Ensuring the maximization of the crimes that, the ones who, enact the orders. What are you doing? You want like a little bone? I got a boner. Got a rib bone from last night. Here. Here you go. Jump. Stand up. Stand up. There you go. That's if they can't even get his benefits because his record is considered so secret. They won't even release it to the VA. Jesus Christ. Massacre Uvalde is proven the good guy with a gun narrative. False in my opinion. The Massacre Uvalde is like that's like the 8 millionth like shooting that proves that. Like, frankly, because honestly, there never really is one. There's just people with guns. And, it's just like, depending on the context, anyone could be, like, the good or bad one. But, it's until, like, the dust settles, so to speak, that don't really fucking matter. And even then, depending on how you personally view the situation and shit, you might think the bad guy with the gun is actually the real good guy. While the good guy was actually the bad guy. So, frankly, it's just like, it's subjective as fuck. Like, how can you even truly, absolutely prove that? I guess unless there is, like, a mass shooting scenario and you got, like, a civilian who, pulls out his side piece and fucking, takes the mass shooter dead. Like, I guess in that circumstance, yeah, it'd be a little more obvious, I suppose. But, I mean, it's not because he was a good guy with a gun. He just happened to be a dude with a gun that obviously doesn't want to die or see a bunch of other fucking people killed. And instead of running, he decided to take, or she, or whoever, that person is, decided to take action instead. And saw an opportunity. I disencourage that, honestly, because you could probably kill somebody else that isn't the actual person killing everyone else and shit, and you don't want to obviously be indirectly complicit with the fucking shooting while trying to stop it. So even then, I wouldn't even encourage it because, I mean, like, even then, like, if the cops show up and they see you, like, they're going to think you're the shooter. So, at least immediately. So they're going to probably either put some rounds in you or treat you like you are the shooter until they figure out what the fuck, is going on there and assess the situation. So it's not fucking worth it. Being the hero, isn't even, worth the fucking risk because even then, the cops aren't going to be there to protect you or make sure that your rights as a civilian that defended the general public in an instance like that is going to be protected. They don't give a fuck. Those cops should be fired in charge of negligence. No, they should be charged with accomplishing to the massacre itself. They should be charged as indirectly complicit to it. Like, I don't know what the name of it would be specifically, but, like, being, like, indirectly complicit with massacre or multiple murders and shit, like whatever the like an accomplice to murder charge or something like that, like just charge them all. Just charge them all of that shit and give them 25 to life like this, like they would have done for this kid. Even if you stop the criminal, the cops will take the credit. Yep. So, the local folklore that you might think that, oh, I stopped the killer, I get to be the local folklore hero of my town, or blah, 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 blah. Nope. Maybe the people directly on scene who know the actual story events and shit, but the rest of the town ain't gonna know that. They're all gonna think it was the cops that did it. And of course, especially with how much of a bootlicking culture, in America is of cops, most people are more likely to believe the cop than you. Well, maybe these days that's changing. But, I mean, honestly, at this point, I feel like that's not going to be as strong as, as it once was, but still. Goofy. Biden leaves gun control in, quote, rational Mitch McConnell's hands. I can't dictate this stuff. You fucking worthless goddamn piece of shit. McConnell will unironically exacerbate these problems. At least the promise of nothing will fundamentally change was at least correct. Unfortunately, but nonetheless. Two beer belly chuckle fucks who run out of breath after walking up a flight of stairs should be able to do something faster, sure. Rational Mitch. Yep. And apparently Biden just can't dictate this stuff. It's like, yeah, you could. Like, actually, yeah, you could, you worthless, useless, fucking dementia fuck. Like, what, he can't do an executive order? Can't fucking, like, you know, do mass, you know, arm twisting of, you know, some fucking politicians like Mitch? Can't fucking, you know, get some Republicans that are actually already, you know, on board to, like, Kissinger, or whatever his name was. Kissinger or some shit. Adam Kissinger. Whatever the fuck his name is. Like, I mean, why, it's like, what, you can't just dictate this shit? Like, you literally are the goddamn president. Man. The time of, like, the Teddy Roosevelts, the LBJs, the FDRs, and the fucking, like, all that shit kind of died. Now we're at the Buchanan era. Buchanan too, Electric Boogaloo. Honestly, this is why more young people are either checking out or politics are getting radical. Or both. What can you do, though? I mean, it's not like he's president of the... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on now. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's... Yeah, I mean, frankly, like, pretty much at this point, whenever politics are discussed on my workplace and shit, it's pretty much like how they're either checked out or getting radical. Honestly, that's basically what this, like, summary of this type of situation is. Because no one has any fucking trust or faith or fucking belief that the system's gonna work. Because why would people? Like, at this point, it's just like something that is just so unsustainable that it's just essentially just like a slowly dying, rotting corpse that doesn't realize it's dead yet. But Congress to get a new one. Yeah, seriously. Like, oh, we just can't do nothing. They're just there. You know, oh well. It's like, bull fuck. It's like, well, the Senate. Oh, what, you can't do the same thing, you fucking worthless schmuck? Like, seriously, like, oh, we just can't do anything. And the fact that McConnell's been there for as long as he has, just like, I mean, it really shows, like, I mean, really, in this, you know, system, you know, the fucking corporate power is the one that has the most power, not the fucking president or any other fucking form of power and shit. Because, I mean, McConnell's like an embodiment of that fucking shit. Too bad Biden couldn't just reshuffle Congress. Yeah, honestly, I mean, like, every president should be able to have maybe, like, one option of, like, yeah, you get one freebie of being able to do that if, you know, you feel like it's necessary. But Supreme Court has to, like, so, oh, wait, never mind. Fuck the Supreme Court. Why'd I... I'm still thinking as if, you know, the theory of our government worked. But it doesn't, so... We can't do nothing except what our opponents want us to do. Which is do nothing. And basically just concede and literally openly embrace their power and embrace them essentially controlling shit. Like, honestly, like it's not the Democrats that have control in the House, the fucking executive and all that shit. Like, I mean, it's the fucking Republicans. Because, frankly, considering that so many of these motherfuckers are essentially just openly embrace their fucking power and their fucking, like, way of, you know, of shifting, you know, the Overton window. I mean, it's like, what? I'm supposed to think that they're somehow gonna, like, you know, fucking do some change or be on my side of things and just voting harder will just make it better? It's like, fuck off. like, at this rate, they're more than useless. They're fucking venomous goddamn vipers. take all branches of power. Yeah, I don't blame you. I guess if there's one thing you could take advantage of when it comes to this whole weird gun shit, is that, like, hey, since they're gonna be like, hey, you know, literally anyone and everyone, free nilly-willy, it's just like, okay, take that opportunity to just, like, you know, stock up yourself, I guess. Because lefties are gonna need it. The Overton window needs to be dragged back to the left. Yeah, by force if necessary. I mean, hell, like, back in the 1800s, fucking Lucy Parsons was goddamn saying this shit. It'd be foolish to ever think that the rich will ever allow you, will permit you to vote away their wealth. Now, let me say it again. I kind of butchered it. It is foolish to think that the rich will permit you to vote away their wealth. That's the quote. And that was like late 1880s fucking talk there. Taking the opportunity to learn as much about guns as possible. Yeah, honestly, I don't think it's a bad idea. Frankly. At this point, I think it legit is starting to become more of a fucking necessity. Because, like, yeah, there is a legit fucking problems with the accessibility of these goddamn things, but the fact that there's an outright very powerful, influential force that wants to make that type of shit fucking worse, and wants to embrace, you know, a lot of the fucking violence and chaos that's happening, it's like, I mean, they're not going to have any problems with destabilizing things to an essential outright accelerative collapse, you know, to use that as a destabilization point to fucking, you know, soak up as much power in the vacuum. And when that fucking happens, like, no one's really going to give that much of a shit about civility anymore. Or law and order, or whatever the fuck. But at the same time, they do put a lot of propaganda to getting people to vote for them, so why? Maybe it's an ego trip. Because it adds a facade that there's opposition to the fucking Republican far-right party and the corporate establishment. By giving you a facade that they're in favor of you by, you know, pushing and virtue signaling a bunch of social issues, while at the same time literally not doing a fucking lick about them. That's, you know, either way. The only reason why we've had some actual social progress was, funny enough, due to the Supreme Court, but now they literally are reversing all of it. Why do you think the Republicans were so fucking gung-ho about it? Because they know how fucking powerful it is, and if you can co-opt the Supreme Court, you essentially rule the country. I forget who said that, but I find it value in a statement. In order for nonviolence to work, your opponent must have a conscience. The United States has none. Yeah, there is value in the statement. And yeah, like, I mean, frankly, I'd rather, you know, non-violence prevail and shit, but considering that, like, it's unfortunately not right now, I'd rather be prepared for, you know, violence versus not. I know there definitely are a lot of leftists and radicals that just still don't want anything to do with, like, you know, firearms and shit. And it's like, I get it, especially considering how much of a fucking gun culture problem there is in this country. Definitely don't disagree. I mean, if anything, I admire it. You know, but at least with my, you know, philosophy, I just, you know, it's like, I mean, it just seems too much of a risk to just, like, you know, concede that. And be like, nah. Yeah, I'll just, you know, do some radical protests and stuff. It's like, yeah, until the Proud Boys, you know, realize how much power and influence they actually have over a lot of the different fucking social strata and then just fucking walk over you. Especially with violence, because they embrace it as a fucking way of their edict of life. So, and they have legit no qualms about gunning, you know, people like us or me, you know, especially considering I'm, you know, bisexual, down. They just don't. They want to. They actively wish they had a society or a legal means to do so now. That's why they're pushing it so hard. Getting ready for veterans to get explicit and try to punch me in the face. That's why I fucking, you know, punch me. That's why I say, you know, punch them first. Like, don't give them a fucking chance to open their mouth. Like, the time with, you know, debate and talking in fascists, as far as I'm concerned, is over. Like, I mean, at this rate, you know, especially if there's someone who's more of an explicit Nazi or a racist in public, like, I'm gonna have straight no fucking qualms with beating the fuck out of them. So, like, yeah, if I get charged with assault, you know what? Okay. Still beat the fuck out of a racist Nazi pig, so whatever. I'll straight up really guilty. Be like, yeah, I did that. Here's my legit full reason, you know. It's like, I understand, you know, the penalties of such things, and, you know, if anything, if there's a way for rehabilitative work for less charge, I'm willing to do that with as well, and blah blah blah. Like, I'll work with the court, you know, like, I'll actually, like, openly cooperate, absolutely, but, you know, because I'll be like, yeah, no, I know what I did, yeah. Like, yeah, I'll accept the punishment. I'll cooperate with you. Yep. I beat the fuck out of a Nazi. Yep. You know, it's like, yeah, I'll be whatever. I'll take it. I'll take the L that's more of a W than anything. Oh, you have an assault charge. What's that for? I beat the fuck out of a Nazi. Oh, okay. Got triple whammy, bisexual, leftist, and disabled. I mean, frankly, I do too. Do you think a lot of these fucking fascists, you know, look at autism as just, you know, a mild thing, or more of just a full-on, you know, mental illness, retardation, disability? Like, they see it as the latter, not the former. This keeps with the First Amendment. I express myself with my fists. Yeah, exactly. My freedom of expression, you know, against his beliefs and ideology was with my fists. Probably the best to avoid prison. A lot of programs to lessen sentences require you to become overtly religious. Who says I'm gonna buy into it? Who says I'm actually believing that shit? I'll feign interest and pretend I am just to fucking, you know, just do it. But by the time I'm out, do you think I'm fucking gonna keep doing that bullshit? Like, if anything, I'll probably, like, be halfway rolling my eyes and just saying what they want me to say, and just like, yep, I have, you know, yep, you know, and all that shit, you know, whatever. It's not like I know what a fucking, you know, jail cell feels like. I've been in one before. It's not like I have jail food before. I've had it before. It sucks, but, I mean, I have kind of a taste. I've had a sample of what it's like, and, you know, whatever. If I find a couple people I can kind of casually chat and chill with, you know, I'll be okay. I mean, especially if I'm, like, known for beating the fuck out of a Nazi, it's just, like, I mean, the more lefty types, and if there's any, like, you know, black people that might be in, like, you know, their own little clique or some shit, they'll probably see me with some respect, like, oh, you beat out of a racist Nazi? Fuck yeah, bro. You're a friend of ours, you know, like, I mean, shit. I mean, especially when it comes to certain places, like, you know, certain cred actually comes with, like, a little bit of respect to certain cliques. At least when it comes to, like, jails or prisons and shit. And, you know, beating the shit out of a Nazi would definitely be something like that. Obviously not to a bunch of fucking, you know, white racist fucks. They'll see me and be like, alright, he's a target. But, I mean, that... but usually if those type of people are there, then other cliques are there that are probably against them too. So... it's like, frankly, I doubt I'd get fucked with. What if you had to say complete... What if you had to say completely, Donald Trump is the greatest president to exist and that will ever exist? I'm just going to be honest with him and be like, look, I personally don't believe this, but if there's something that I must say in order to continue forth with this, then alright. Like, like what? They think they're going to, you know, be like, oh, we got him on records. Like, no. This context is why I said it. Like, I literally don't think that. It's like if someone took me out of context pretending to be a conservative, being like, I'll beat the fuck out of Antifa, put them on the wall, you know, and it's like they just literally, you know, exerted that alone. You'd be like, say, he's a conservative far-righter. It's just like, no, there's probably some major context to that type of shit. Hey. No. No. Hey. Bah! No. He's hearing our dog. Oh my god. What if you had to say Mitch McConnell's the sexiest turtle alive? I don't think like these will be things that they would try to do to rehabilitate you and to get you a lesser charge and shit. I think there would be some different things than that. Do as we say. I thought you guys were about freedom. The freedom to obey. The freedom to obey our goodwill in everything that we say and advocate for. You're not allowed to go against what we say because that's not real freedom. It's like, oh my god. Boo. Boo. See what random little shit could be on the tube, What random things be tubing out? NRA convention swans or protest based. Got your freedom right here. Oh my fucking god. But I find it based that the NRA is getting like heavily protested. Why aren't people protesting like Gun Owners of America or some shit? Because like low key though, they're even more insane than the NRA. And honestly, like if the NRA went back to like literally its original foundings roots and shit, where it was more of like veterans who were more about like marksman competition clubs and actually like training people to be more proficient and responsible with their weapons and shit. Because a lot of the original founders of the actual association originally used it as a way to try to have more northern veterans and northern hunters and shit be more competitive and more experienced, or at least just as experienced as southern soldiers and marksmen. Because at least the NRA at that time was more recognized that a lot, despite the mass conscription and the more obsolete weapons and shit used, a lot of Southern troops were pretty decent marksmen. So, and especially when it came to more like forested skirmishes and shit like that, a lot of them, recognized that, oh shit, they actually have some a lot of them have some pretty good shooters in their ranks. So we want to kind of, be on a more equal playing field with that. Zukov, chill. I'm shocked Ignar isn't a member of the SRA. I don't really have the money to make monthly subscriptions to that, or else I would. I mean, eventually, but not right now. And somehow they win and will be like, we want no more queers, that's right, and yep, none of us think about big oil muscular men and guys with speedos. Hashtag super straight. For real, dude. Like, honestly, the amount of weird, like, perversion and interest and promiscuity with, like, the male form by some of these conservatives and shit are just so weird. It's like, bruh, why do so many of you want to, like, get funky with, like, dudes? Like, hey, I do too, but y'all are, like, even a little extra about it than I am. It's just like, yo. It's like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Ignore Speedo, it sounds interesting, tell me more. No. No one calls himself super straight, it's not straight. Thank God I don't know anyone who actually does that. If I did, I would just kind of cringe and be like, okay, look, if you want if you want me to just be blunt with you, that doesn't really make me think you're straight. I mean, honestly, it just doesn't. Baby. really wants to go outside and check out whatever fucking shit's going on out there. No, you're not. Come on, YouTube. Let's see. I'm so straight you could slap me with a million dicks and I slurp on them all. That sounds very straight. Very straight indeed. Gun research stream, history, statistic, laws, and more. Oh my god. Wow, Bosch. Going real deep into it, are you? It's like, oh my goodness. I mean, I guess that's actually good. It's one of the few things I've seen recommended, even though I'm not even subscribed to them anymore, but I still see it all the fucking time. But at least it's like, you know, something that's at least good. It's like, hey, you're not going into weird drama bullshit, you're actually doing like a research stream. Like, hey, let's delve into some stuff. And look into some things, my guy. Let's go do some history research and some statistic research, my dude. It's like, ooh, based. My guy, based. I watched some of Vosh's gun stream yesterday and spent most of it arguing with chat. Oh my god, why am I not surprised? Why did I give the benefit of the doubt? Jesus fucking god. Oh yeah, I just watched gay porn to make sure I didn't get aroused by it. What are you doing? Vosh super cooked by chat. Psst, psst. Like, Kyle Kalinski's not cucked enough by his chat. Vosh is too cucked by his chat. Like, Vosh needs to, like, absorb, like, deabsorb and, like, rub off some of that cuckness into Kyle a little bit. So Kyle can actually read, like, some of the fucking, you know, people that are kind of legitimately been good faithfully criticizing him. Honestly, like, one of the biggest things I see a lot is usually, like, oh my god, it's so predictable that Kyle's, you know, just get to defend Joe Rogan, yeah, boo. Like, pretty much, like, a lot of people are really kind of butthurt about that more than anything. Kyle's streams are terrible. Yeah, because they literally are full of fucking trolls, bots, and nonsense. That's why the only way you're ever going to get something, you know, read from him is you just have to send a super chat. Because he'll read those. I mean, not all of them, like, sometimes he won't be able to get to all of them, but, I mean, if you send one in at the right time and shit, and, like, time it right, like, if you kind of, like, you know, go back in some of the, you know, super chats and see where he's reading and responding to, and, like, you know, see how long it's, you know, like, the queue is, you know, depending on how much he's, you know, send, you might be able to have it, you know, be up there long enough for him to read it and shit. It's been a few times to send us to super chats where I know that he could have read it, but of course it, you know, he's kind of a boomer about some shit, so technology is just like, nit. Ban and Hopa's tonight. Ban and Hopa's last night, dude. Yeah. What the fuck is my telling going off about? Big float on a limit returns. We should do it. What? Damn it! Well, I thought you would have known. It was basically him, looking into, what was it? Like this random nobody that was criticizing him over, like, I think it was over, like, you know, some shit in the Bible or whatever the fuck, even though the dude criticizing TJ was literally fucking had no idea what he was talking about. And then there was a fucking Matt Walsh thing. And then there was, I think, one other thing. Like there's at least a few things. I like watch DJ tear apart randos. I like his weird soft spot with Cynic for some reason. Because I like how he's just kind of like the random, like, psycho Alex Jones nutball, but for some reason, TJ just has a soft spot for him, dude. I don't know why. So weird. Zuka!
There you go.
Sitting against DJ's Lil Husky. I kind of wish Lil Husky would kind of return. Low-key. It's like, come back, buddy.
You just gotta sit there poking with that big old long schnoz of yours, don't you?
Of course. I mean, Zukov, yeah, I mean, he wouldn't be doing anything else better. Seeing if there's like another random little thing I can see for the tube. If not, I could just pull some music up, y'all. Mo Brooks fumes, yells at Fox host to her face. Who's Mo Brooks? Who? I guess another Republican fuck. I mean, like, honestly, like, damn, like, a lot of these, there's been a couple of them now popping out from the woodworks, being like, you know what, maybe we need to do something. I mean, it's just like, alright, you know what, I'm definitely okay with that. Alabama Republican Senator. Oh. I'm guessing he's actually probably, you know, on the right side of the issue for once. Where it's like, you know what, maybe we should probably address this kind of gun thing a little bit. Like, it's kind of weird. It's like it's taking some of the most extremist, you know, radicals of, you know, their own fucking, like, faction to be like, well, wait a minute. I don't want to actually, like, you know, have this continue on. Maybe we did let this go on a little too far. Oh, he was going on about 2020. Oh, what? Oh my god, what a fucking maroon. I was kind of hoping, given the current, like, news waves right now. But why am I not surprised? So he's just a fucking QAnon type. Oh my, oh god. I had some optimism. I had, like, an inchling of hope. Kind of. Also, like, the more Republicans, you know, like, cry and bitch about that type of shit, the less it's, you know, gonna do them favors in the long run. I mean, honestly, because straight up, it's like, I mean, if there's a decent amount of these type of people that aren't necessarily getting waves when they hyper pressure the fucking 2020 thing, then yeah, maybe it's time to shut the fuck up about it. Even if you do believe it. Because frankly, it's just like, yeah, I don't think it's going to exactly, you know, do them much favors when it comes to election cycles. I mean, who was that one dude, like Purdue, that literally got, like, outright clomped? Like, utterly. Baby.
Yeah, schnoz.
Oh, you sweet little baby. Look at you. You gotta record some of these political ads. I see they're either WAN 2020 rigged, or I'm the most Second Amendment person ever, or something like anti-trans, like I'm against trains. They're trying to groom your children, like boo. Bunch of bullshit. It's like, oh my god, wow, what's sad, insecure fucking people. Weeby, what you doing? What you doing, baby? Ted Cruz gets confronted at a restaurant? What the fuck? Okay. This is like the third time he's been confronted by people. This straight up is like the third time this has happened.
Aggressive this guy is who's talking to Ted Cruz. Let's watch it.
Why? When 19 children died, 19 children died. That's on your hands. That's on your hands. Ted Cruz, that's on your hands.
One more time.
And why did you come here to the convention to take blood money? Why? When 19 children died, 19 children died. That's on your hands.
Man, look at that fucking schlubby ass motherfucker. Is just like schlunked over, just like, yeah, 19 kids died and I don't do anything about it besides take money for it, so yeah. Have a good day, sir. I'm gonna enjoy my fucking bourgeois dinner now, thank you.
He sort of waves at the end and giggles. Now, I read contradicting reports in terms of who dragged this guy out.
What punched him? I mean, he had his fucking security detail. That was who's fucking escorted him out. Like, I mean, you would have been like, I mean, honestly, it's like as much as I would fucking want to do it, like, you get curb stomped. So, I mean, but you know what? I probably would have done it anyway. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, he deserves a little more than that, honestly, at this point, but, you know, that's just me.
That it was Ted's security, and then other articles said, like, some random restaurant goer was holding this guy back. This is an interesting clip for a number of reasons. If you look at it, you know, at face value, you could say, well, that guy seems like really unhinged and loud and aggressive, and, you know, that's not a good look. Maybe he's mentally ill in one respect or another.
Oh my god. I know he's not saying that, but, like, I mean, anyone who does is an absolute fucking moron. Like, I mean, the absolute, oh my god, I just pulled Marjorie Taylor Greene. But, like, I mean, like, anyone who is an absolute fucking moron, because straight up, it's just like, I mean, no, they're not. They are fucking angry and emotional and have absolute every fucking right to, because they have a criminal fucking parasitical fucking barely human cockroach fucking, you know, sitting there like the schlub that he is, you know, just, you know, like enjoying his NRA fucking bought and paid for fucking little dinner and shit. Like, he has every right to, you know, be yelled at and fucking heckled, and frankly more than that. Because, like, this piece of shit, you know, like, doesn't deserve anything but scorn if he happens to show his worthless fucking cockroachy and fuzzy moldy ass face in public. Like, I mean, essentially, you know, like how I feel about pretty much most politicians really at this point, you know, but especially people like fucking Ted Cruz. Why do people who are just scum fucking pieces of shit named Ted? Because our mayor in Portland, Ted Wheeler, is a fucking scumfuck parasitical cockroach, and I feel exactly the same as I do about him as I do Ted Cruz.
And you say, wait, isn't that actually the most sane thing you could do, given the fact that we keep having these mass shootings and children keep dying, that, like, directly confronting the politicians who refuse to change the laws, which would reduce the number of school shootings, isn't that, like, the most sane thing you could do? So it's weird because, you know, part of my brain when I look at this, I go, well, how's your run-of-the-mill independent voter, relatively apolitical person gonna view this? But then on the other hand, again, they might not view it favorably. But if you look at the polls, all the gun control reforms that we talk about on a regular basis, whether it's universal background checks or high-capacity magazine bans or even assault weapons ban now or new testing and permitting for people to be allowed to use guns, like all that stuff polls through the roof. And it looks like this dude and many other people just kind of hit their tipping point when it comes to the issue of mass shootings.
Yeah.
And so...
agreeable and understandable. It's like, I feel just the same, as he does. How much you want to bet we won't get gun control until either minorities start arming up like Black Panthers or when some Republican gets clapped if an easily obtained gun? Cope no los dos. I mean, there was a lot of Republicans during 2020 that started freaking out when there was a few rallies. Even during Charlottesville, during like 2013 and 14, like even before then, like there was different either mostly or all black militias that had their own rallies, and they would all be or mostly be armed and essentially just have these peaceful protests and either march towards like Confederate monuments and make a point, or just do different little rallies and marches and shit and make a couple speeches and then go about the business basically. So it's just like, I mean, there's been a few times it's happened already, and then a lot of these conservatives are like, oh, wait a minute, hold on, I don't exactly like this. So, I mean, really at this point, it just takes, really a little bit more of that, especially once it gets more news coverage, frankly. I mean, honestly, especially when I was, going up to, this store when where I got my gun, like, I mean, it wasn't just all white people that were, going up there to the gun count. There was a lot of, especially young people who were either like Latino or black that were checking out guns themselves, and it's just like, I mean, it's not exactly, just some sort of like all conservative white guy thing, there's plenty of people that do like them.
Give in to the side of my brain that says, I want more politicians to feel like this in public. I really do. Because Ted Cruz, I don't have the number in front of me, but I would guess that...
I basically just want fucking all of them to feel this way.
Put it in the comment section if you do know it off the top of your head. I would guess that he's taken millions from the NRA. And so his position on guns is informed by that legal bribe where... he doesn't even support very basic reforms that would...
If I remember from history class accurate, last time we had substantial gun control anywhere within the U.S. was under Reagan, as he tried to disarm Black Panthers. Sounds about right. I think under like the National like Firearms Act or whatever the fuck it was called. I mean, there was there was definitely some act back in like the 80s and shit that. At this point, I think has expired, like, cause I think it was under a timeline, not, like, permanent, but I could be wrong. I think it was called the National Firearms Act or something like that.
Shootings. So, given those facts, yeah, if Ted Cruz has to think twice the next time a vote comes up on one of these things, well, that's a win. That's a positive thing. Now, will it actually have the effect of forcing him to change his vote? I doubt it, because money talks, and he's got a lot of money from the NRA. But, I mean, honestly, I'd like to see more of this. I would if we lived in a country where politicians were uncomfortable in public all the time, and they felt like the population absolutely despised them with a burning passion.
Because they do.
Maybe it would lead to at least some minimal change around the edges. There was a great saying, I think it was in an old Michael Moore movie, that in the U.S., the people are scared of the government. In France, the government is scared of the people. And so you always have all these, these protests and these strikes over there, and the people really can sort of force the government into submission, into doing some of the things that they want. And here you generally see the opposite. Well, now, it looks like, at least in this instance, maybe the roles are reversing a little bit. Maybe the roles are reversing a little bit. I mean, wouldn't you like it if every time George W. Bush or Dick Cheney went in public, they were confronted with angry Americans telling them that they had blood on their hands, they had the blood of hundreds of thousands, if not a million, innocent Iraqi civilians. They had the blood on their hands of the torture that they greenlit.
I think he is right about how that's starting to shift and change a little bit, because frankly, we're starting to see a lot of this more and more. And, bro, what the fuck are you doing, man? It should look like France for inspiration of what to do with the government that doesn't work for them. And you know what's funny is that you want to know why France is like that? It's because they were inspired by us when we revolted against the British. I guess, we, meaning like the fucking aristocrats and the founding fathers at the time that galvanized the revolution. But either way, it's just like, the reason why they have a lot of that mentality and that's so ingrained in their type of culture is because they were inspired by America's, fervor about this. So it's kind of funny, like how now we need to inspire to be like France when they were inspired to be like that because of us, once upon a time. So it's kind of amusing to think about, I guess. It's like, hey, you know that thing that we inspired you with? Well, we need to kind of get inspired with that a little bit. Can you give some of that to us, please? Thanks. It's like, god damn it, what the fuck? Honestly, it's not just France that has a lot of this mentality. There's a lot of countries that, have that same type of zeitgeist. And a lot of them are, to some extent, inspired by a lot of the fucking protesting and strikes and shit that have happened in the United States. Because they definitely get a lot more of an actual legitimate, sense of history and teaching and education when it comes to shit like that. Unlike us.
I think that even though I acknowledge that to maybe your relatively apolitical person or your independent voter or whatever, they might look at this and think, well, that guy looks unhinged, maybe he's mentally off. At the same time, I support every avenue of potential change short of just offensive violence. I support. And so when I look at this, I think I can't help but sympathize with that guy. Now, the other thing is people might...
Honestly, like, I kind of would, want to ask a super chat to him sometime if he ever does one of those live streams again, be like, considering a lot of the elements about the rise of fascism in the country... and their violent tendencies, what are your opinions about defensive violence when it comes to radical direct action? Because I'd be kind of curious to what he thinks about that, because he emphasized offensive violence, so that kind of makes me think, well, what about defensive? Like, obviously, I know, especially on a national level, by a nation, when it comes to wars, he thinks war of defense is obviously a justifiable thing. Which, I agree to an extent, yeah. So it's just like, well, I wonder, I'm kind of curious about that. I wish he did. He hasn't done those in a while, like the actual, live streams where he actually kind of interact with people a little bit. Because those are actually fun. I remember he's actually reacted to a couple of my super chats before. That's why I liked him. Because I'd ask some different questions and actually legit kind of, get a little answer, and it was actually kind of cool. To kind of, be like, oh, the dude I've listened to for years, I can actually kind of get more of a direct answer to a question I may have. Awesome. And I get to support him financially, because I legit, like his content and stuff. I think it's, I think legitimately there are elements of stagnation, but... he's definitely added some different flavors of shit. This format's new. Where he's chilling in his old office with the maps in the background. So, it's not like, he isn't, doing different shit. It's just that, he just kind of does the same thing with the different shit. And I think that's what a lot of people kind of critique him with. On top of, certain things that he's... not willing to go hard on, being friends with Joe Rogan and blah 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 and all this other shit, which I think are also legitimate criticisms. Fascism must be destroyed at every possible turn. Yeah, at a very specific circumstances, I'd be okay with a war of liberation like World War II. Yeah, like a liberation war. At least under the legit circumstances of the concept of it. But obviously, Iraq of freedoms, where it, in the wording, it sounds like it, but, I'm obviously, just being fucking a smart ass at this point, just being very technical, but whatever. You get the point. And frankly, like, I would be somewhat alright with that if the nation state wasn't actually legitimately like a war criminal fucking piece of shit state like we are, where we lie about every single fucking time we, try to do some like freedom, democracy, or liberation war in places around the world. Whether it's Vietnam, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, fucking Cambodia, goddamn Colombia, Venezuela, Cuba, Peru, Chile, the list can go on, Yeah, so it's like Iran at least like 3 times, or twice at the very least, but probably more than that, really. So, like a lot of places. Well, I think today, at this point, a lot of like Western European countries are kind of more of like a glide state, or so to natural like free states. At least, glide states to the US and shit. Mainly because it's just like, I mean, considering our mainly military power, because I mean, look how many military bases we have in Germany, and they're, overtly independent. I mean, sure, economically, but if they decide to get a little too, radical or too, politically one way or the other, especially if it did not benefit the U.S. interests, suddenly they would probably have, some major consequences they wouldn't like. I'm not saying, like, the U.S. would, like, militarily fuck with them all of a sudden. Well, maybe to an extent. Actually, yeah, they would. Not in the traditional sense of, like, offensive warfare, but, like, oh, well, suddenly we're not going to help cooperate and train with your military and give them equipment and this and that, and blah, blah, blah. Basically weaken whatever German army there is. We think if people were shown drone strikes in real time, they'll flip their opinion so quick. I mean, it depends on the person, really. I know a lot of people out there that'll be like, why can't they do this to places like Portland or Los Angeles and blah, 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 blah. Man, if they did this to Chicago, they solve a lot of problems and all this other garbage. Frankly, there will be a lot of people that would fucking literally want to do this to their own fucking people in this country. Because they're a bunch of psycho-fascists, but yeah. I know a couple operators that you feel like a video game because it's basically real life. Well, Jesus Christ. I'm not really fucking surprised with that, honestly. It's probably how they cope with the fucking PTSD, honestly. It's probably how they deny it in their mind. It was just a video game, dude. It's okay. They weren't actually real. Proceeds to drink like a fifth of vodka. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? The average Joe. I mean, honestly, I think most people would probably definitely have a very strong critical opinion of it, but there's just definitely a very strong segment of the population, mainly these TFG fascists we're talking about, that would literally wish it on the, like, domestically here in their own country. Because they think it's been co-opted and taken over by black people and immigrants, and white people have been replaced out of these areas, and blah, 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 blah. No, it's more like, I hit that school 500 points. Are you fucking kidding me? It wasn't a baby, it was a bird. Keeps playing there in the head over and over again. What do you want? What do you want, baby? What you want? What you want, baby? You fucking goof. Speaking of babies, I know. Let's talk about you just being a nut. Mm. Oh, look at sir. He's just a big ball of sweetness, Mr. Rose. Oh. Oh. Look at sir. Oh my god, a goof. Doc of the Canada Dry. Hey, this show. I know a lot of military people because family, a lot of these people are these psychopatriots that are deep in the head bottle to wash away the guilt. It really tends to be one or the other, unfortunately. Like, I really feel bad for one of my coworkers who was a veteran and shit because he served in Iraq and Afghanistan. Sukov, god damn it. Because he was saying this earlier today, but he said it before a bunch of times, like, man, it's like, I literally, like, went off, being all patriotic for this fucking country, and then my country literally just couldn't give a fuck about me at the end. And it's just like, just basically left us, left me and plenty of other vets and just like the recycle, going and shit. Honestly, I think in a lot of ways that was kind of his realization, like, okay, yeah, this country and this entire system doesn't actually give a shit. Because especially with how he talks about, the system that is of capitalism and, corporations that run the game and shit, he really talks to in a lot of, like, a sense of after, his, like, service overseas. Like, I mean, because honestly, to a lot of people who are veterans and shit, it's either, like, they get more ingrained into that psychopatriotism because, they just are that indoctrinated to it, or they have their fucking revelation, basically, in a lot of ways. Doesn't necessarily mean they always wash away the guilt in the bottle, though. He doesn't, mainly because he wasn't always on the front line. He's told me he's seen some action, but never, like, infantry and shit, because he wasn't part of infantry. Which, I mean, I guess fortunate for him, actually, honestly, because, I mean, he didn't have to go for a lot of shit. Right, that makes up for an hour, but I'll be here for a little while. Hey. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, work was kind of a little bullshitty today. I mean, the work itself wasn't bad, but god, man, dude, it was just kind of drama-filled the fucking shit. Getting fragged for questioning orders too much, but these are just stories, so I don't know how true they are. I mean, I guess, obviously, not being there, you can only really assume. Like, honestly, it's really in the mind, it's really like, did the person that's telling the story actually like the guy, or, or anything like that? Because if not, then, probably is a case that's true, because they might have done it. If not, then they probably, like, honestly, in a way, likely, I'd probably say, those type of stories are very true. It happened a lot in Vietnam. So, I mean, what, you don't think it doesn't happen now? I mean, just depending on, like, if you don't follow orders enough, or if someone is that much of a psycho or some shit, just depending on circumstances, yeah, you might get fragged. It really just depends on who you're rolling with when you're, deployed. I mean, I know, like, at least in Vietnam, it was basically because, like, of a lot of people who were mainly officers who were essentially fucking psychos. Because a lot of soldiers, after a certain point, realized that they were just in a pointless fucking dog shit losing war, and knowing that their country probably stopped giving a fuck about them at that point. So when it came to officers who were very gun-ho, like, I want that village bombed, or, kill everyone in this village, and blah, 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 and all this other shit, like, they would straight up, like, I mean, there's, I mean, this happened multiple times to the point where it was like, it was actually a thing where there'd be like a tripwire set up inside the latrines and shit at certain bases and stuff, or just right outside a base, you know, where it's very common for, you know, people to, you know, go off and take their shits, where they know that the officer is about to go off and do his, you know, his shit. So they'll set up the tripwire, you know, just before he's about to go off in there, and oop, oh, that must have been the VC. Damn, they must have snuck over there at night. Damn, that sucks. Wink. You know, so, I mean, especially if, like, you know, you're in Vietnam long enough, you're gonna get an idea how the fucking, Viet Cong and North Vietnamese army did booby traps. Like, you start getting an idea. And start improvising your own, so. I mean, you know, be in a territory and in a battlefield long enough, you're going to start knowing what your enemy is capable of and improvise it yourself. My bully turned from high school losses. My bully turned friend from high school lost his lace in Afghanistan. ID blew him around. Fuck, man. And frankly, at the end of the day, for fucking what? And I guarantee you the VA does not give him very many benefits. I mean, it really is just like so fucking, like, this is why I at least don't necessarily blame service members or veterans at all, you know, when it comes to being in the military, whether active or otherwise, really. Well, I guess they wouldn't be veterans if they're active, but, like, I mean, like, I at least still feel, like, some empathy, because, like, you know, maybe, you know, some of them don't realize it, but a good chunk of them do, and they know that this fucking system and this government don't give a fuck about them. Like, I mean, especially if they have to deal with the fucking, you know, services like the VA and, you know, try to get their pensions after fucking, you know, being in service, like, they know it's just a bunch of shit. If I just sticks to something, I'd be scared. I've heard horror stories from my great uncle about stumbling into traps and watching friends get torn apart or impaled or worse. Yeah, and honestly, you want to know a little fucked up fact about a lot of different punchy stick traps? Is that the North Vietnamese and the Viet Cong will actually put excrement on the fucking sticks, so even if they did survive, there's a guarantee they're just gonna fucking die from infection, guaranteed. Just because of just how gangrenous and infected it would get so quickly after that. So even if there was like a small little punji trap and you got your leg all fucked up, but hey, guess what? There was a nice juicy diuretical shit all over it, so now you're just gonna die after that. You know, you're just fucked. So, I mean, yeah, I can only fucking imagine. Like, the only way you would live, you know, from a trap like that, at least if it's a limb, is you're just gonna have to be amputated. Like, there's gonna be no way you're gonna be able to combat that infection. Because it's not just on the outside of your wound, it's all the way through it. So, yeah, fun times. Good times, yeah. Oh, just boys being boys, not a phone in sight. My God. It's kind of a dark meme. I mean, honestly, I can only, you know, like, imagine, like, some modern booby traps outside of IEDs. Like, I mean, especially out in, like, you know, the fucking Middle East and shit. Like, I mean, because I guarantee you it wasn't just, like, IEDs and shit that they had to worry about. Like, I'm sure there's all sorts of fucking... Well, I mean, yeah, there were. Like, they would use a lot of civilians as, you know, essentially, like, mines or fucking, like, little booby traps. So, you know, they would force these civilians, you know, to go up to, you know, troops and shit and basically just be fucking... you know, a weapon, you know, essentially, you know, and, you know, like, a lot of these civilians sometimes would try to plead for help and be like, please, like, they want me to die for killing, you know, to kill all of you, blah, please help, like, but it doesn't matter, that ain't gonna help, because if they get too close, then, you know, it gets tripped, basically. Or it's on, like, a timer, so it's like, you know, even if they are far away and keeping their distance and shit, they're probably still gonna get shrapnel. And whatever's left of the person. I mean, there's just, like, some crazy fucking, like, traps and different shit that, you know, goes on, you know, when it comes to, like, fucking warfare. It's why, you know, this is why I'm so staunchly anti-war. It's because of shit like this. And honestly, you don't think this shit's happening in Ukraine either? Because it very certainly is. Maybe not like the same exact type of shit, but like having different traps, having like, you know, civilians being used as, you know, like weapons of war and all this other shit. Wouldn't Russia use bomb dogs, fucking bastards? Well, actually in World War II they did. I don't know about today. I mean, like, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they do use dogs as at least a decoy. Because then Ukrainian soldiers might be like, oh, look, stray dog. Let's get it into our base. And then a couple of them will walk out and then become sniper, targets. So, I mean, or a mortar target, So it's just like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they do use him as a form of a trap. And it's like, here, let's put like a little bit of meat to, over here and make the dog, go out that way. And then we'll drive, the Ukrainians out of their little trenches and then we can shoot them. Like, I mean, or vice versa. I mean, because unless you're legit just a sick fuck, why would you hurt a dog? You tell me you mean bomb defusing doggos, not bomb strap doggos. No, bomb strap doggos. They would, because they would essentially train them to run to the scent of the gasoline that was used in Panzers and get them attracted to the smell. So they would run to it and basically, yeah, put a bunch of fucking, like, I think, some, like, the bombs that would basically get triggered by being, like, close enough distance to something. So it's like, because of a dog running underneath the tank, it'd basically be inches away from the bottom of the tank. So yeah, the idea is that it would run underneath the tank or something, and then by that point it would have like a proximity, that's what I was trying to think, proximity detonator or some shit, where it would trip that, and then, well, yeah, boom boom. And yes, a doggy is in doggy heaven. And it's fucked up. The Russians actually didn't do that long at all. In fact, they kind of stopped it really quickly because a lot of dogs actually started running underneath their own tanks. Because obviously, being near them as well, they're going to also probably be attracted to that too, just by happenstance. So a lot of them started running underneath their own armored vehicles and realized, we can't really control where they run. Let's not actually use them. Let's not actually use doggos as bombs. That doesn't work. I think we have a better chance putting tank on plane and letting it glide into battle. Because they did try that too. They literally tried to put like some glider thing for, like on a tank chassis or some shit. So you can like glide these fucking like tanks into like battlefields or some shit. And it's just like... like, I don't even know, but they have tested it. Like, you can find pictures of them actually testing this. So, it's like, they've tried, but they never actually executed it into the frontline battle, because I imagine it didn't work at all. In fact, I think, a lot of tanks end up getting more fucked up than actually, like, useful when they landed. That sounds like some Looney Tunes shit. Now do we wait? Here's dog panting. Oh shit, boom. The British did have super light tanks that broke down under small arms fire. Yeah, just basically like armored cars, essentially. But that's why they just built gliders that are big enough to house things like Jeeps and shit like that. Or at least, small armored cars and shit, just so at the very least, some of the paratrooper divisions will have at least some equipment. At least some basic form of, like, small arms protection. I mean, Jeeps not so much, but at least armored cars and stuff. Doggos shouldn't be used as weapons of war. Yeah, definitely not. Honestly, there's... Hey! Bro! Oh my god. Dude. I learned more about World War II from gaming than I ever did in school. Same here. Or random things on the internet. But actually, there's this funny thing where before D-Day, they were trying to essentially. Oh my god! They were trying to like figure out a way to have like this, different explosives basically advance up to a lot of the Atlantic Wall and explode a lot of the barbed wire or a lot of the tank traps and a lot of other shit that would be in the way for the advancement of a lot of troops on landing. And they had this, basically this, I think it was called like the rocket barrel or explosive barrel or some shit. It was basically these wheels, dead ass, had fucking rockets on the like on the end of it for the fucking wheel, with just basically a ball of just explosive fuck you in the center of it. And the idea was that all these rockets would be timed to launch at once and basically roll it perfectly, like this fire spinning ball of fuck you just charging forth, into the front of lines of the Atlantic Wall. And there's actually test footage of these fucking things, and it is the most comically absurd thing ever, because one, the rockets not only did not work as intended, as you imagine World War II technology probably was very liable of happening to occur, where it's like, this technology didn't intend to work as we thought. It's like, yeah, especially with something like that, it was no exception. And deadass, it literally creamed off and started turning to the spectators and shit in his fiery ball of hell, like hellfire and fuck you, straight towards them. And literally everyone just started like running away in fear and like panic that this ball of explosive go fuck yourself was charging at him. Like, not all the rockets launched and shit. So that's how it happened. Like, I think one or two of them on the left wheel went faulty, and thus it started tumbling and shit. And then the other one, and then like one or two of the rockets on the right wheel literally broke off and just like flew off somewhere. And it's just like, oh yeah, like these things are gonna fucking work. As you can imagine, they canceled that specific project very quickly. Because, as you can imagine, all the military company contractors that are looking to maybe invest in that probably were like, what the fuck are you thinking? I'm not investing in this. Go fuck yourself. It's like, I mean, because, yeah, great first impression. I didn't know that. Honestly, the reason why I didn't mainly know it was because of Deep Fat Fried. They had a weird Weapons of War episode, and I know for a fact they fucking talked about this. Let me see. Let me find it, because it's so fucking hilarious. I love it. Let me see if I can find it here. Oh, yeah, here we go. Alright. Is it in this one? Oh, it's a patron preview. Oh, so it was a patron episode that they fucking went into it in. Did they discuss it in the preview part? They did not. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. Are you... Oh. Boo. Boo. I would have to, like... I don't want to be that guy. I'm not going to be that guy and try to, like, skim through the actual... I mean, the thumbnail for it is at least on it. Like, the thumbnail has what I'm talking about, though. It's these things. Like, it's at least in the thumbnail, and the idea is those things would literally just start creaming forward into the Atlantic Wall, and the idea is that those explosions in the background is what it would cause. Like, big explosions in the fucking bunkers and shit like that. And in the center of them is a big ball of explosive go fuck yourself. Like, that's the idea of what these things are, and of course, they literally did not work. The concept art is absolutely fucking false of what it actually does. It's abhorrent. It was an abhorrent failure. I wish I could remember what game it was, but there's a game where German army mutiny and coup the Nazis, and then everyone fights the Japanese instead. Well, it sounds like an interesting concept. It basically sounds like my last Hearts of Iron gameplay that I did. Because if I remember, I was playing like the Yugoslavia, I believe, and then fucking like after I basically took like half of Europe, it was basically the fourth international, and then like Japan, and everyone is warring against Japan, including me. And it's just like that's essentially my last Hearts of Iron 4 game. So I know it's at least that, just because unironically that is my last gameplay that I remember of it. Which actually I need to do another little round of that at some point. I mean, it wasn't a German army mutiny. It was just me literally curb stopping the fucking Nazis and then, you know, installing the German Democratic Republic. So. Hearts of Iron 4 could be so fun. Especially just for the kind of the random little, like, side political intrigue. Oh, there's still some left. Shit. Why am I just sipping on this shit? Man, I got like 2 more to go. One of them is an IPA. Fuck. Honestly, I think the sleep deprivation is making me feel more doozier than I really am. I feel like Hearts of Iron would be better for Victoria's political system. A little bit. I mean, it kind of does, but not a lot. I mean, it feels like it's just a very hyper basic version of it. I already had a bunch. Well, it sounds more like I need to catch up with you. Though, if you want to hear about, like, a lot of the drama bullshit from work, I'll run down with it, actually. I discussed for, like, the first guy in a couple of minutes, and honestly, you know, a quick rundown ain't too much. But, oh my god. Like, when I first came in, like, my manager was already kind of pissed today. She's like, I don't have my other fucking, you know, mid-shift, which there wasn't one scheduled in the first place, by the way. You know, so can't have you out there barbecuing, so you're just gonna be mid here today. And I'm, you know, sick of you and the other person, you know, like, doing this, you know, shift swaps and, you know, not, you know, talking to me and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, and this is, like, literally before I even say what's up or anything. And I'm just like, whoa. Like, alright, hold on. I was literally like, hold on. Like, first of all, like I said to, I almost keep saying his name. I'm trying not to do that. But, you know, it's like I told the person I switched with, it's like, you know, I told him, hey, as long as it's cool with you, you know, go ahead and, you know, switch it over. And, you know, when he did it, you know, he was with you and even talking, you know, to you sometime, like, you know, for the day when he actually did write that in. So I assumed he, at some point, did actually talk to you about that. It's like, and she was like, no, he didn't. He always does his shit, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, well, like, I mean, I should, you know, and I told her, like, honestly, I was thinking about, you know, texting just to clarify, make sure that you did know, but, you know, because I thought he talked to you about it, I guess not. So, you know, I probably should have, but either way, you know, oh well, here I am. So 20 minutes later, fucking one of the closers is, because there's, with their closes that day, and all of them were supposed to show up too. Literally, none of them did. And one of them texted ahead of time saying, hey, you know, I'm gonna show up 3 because of, you know, some family bullshit or whatever the fuck it was. And she was just like, oh my god, what the blah, blah, blah. It's like, you know, it's like I don't have anyone, blah, 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 blah. And she was just like going the fuck off today. And then, like, eventually, once finally, you know, all the other closers show up and shit, you know, just after I go on lunch and, like, basically probably, like, literally a minute or two, if that, like, after I left, like, one of the closer that, texted my manager about, you know, going, being a little late, they fucking, you know, had a fucking fat ass argument or some shit while I was gone. If, you know, where, I don't even know all the specifics about it, frankly, I mean, but it's just like, Jesus. I mean, it's like, you know, they start going off of shit, and then it's just been like literally a fucking drama day. And also finding out some revelations about like this whole like wages shit a little bit, because my prediction about what the fuck was going on was actually fucking correct. And then like honestly, my manager being straight up two-faced and shit, and actually just talked about, you know, like I want to get rid of him, talk about me and shit, and blah blah blah, and all this other bullshit. And it's like, oh, that two-faced bitch. I was just like, that two-faced bitch. And they were just like, dude, you would be surprised how much fucking, like, type of shit, you know, that she would be talking behind everybody's back. I mean, you wouldn't believe it. And I'm just sitting here like, do fucking tell. It's like, I ain't gonna get into it now, but I'd kind of like to know some other shit she said. Like, frankly. Because it's like, really? Because she's always, like, friendly and chats with me and all this other shit. But evidently, there's a lot of two-faced fuckery going on. It's like, oh, really, What's up with the wages now? So, my assumption was that corporate was basically delaying and dragging on implementing the raises for, you know, as long as possible, essentially, to kind of get whatever fucking profit and cut they could as much as possible before it actually got implemented. And that's literally what was fucking going on. Like, all these promises that corporate kept coming in, it's like, oh, the wages will be implemented this week, or, oh, they'll be implemented on this date, or, oh, they'll be implemented a week after, or this and that. It was literally fucking lies, outright lying. And, you know, and the only reason it was is because me, including also a bunch of other fucking people, a part of the local, were hitting up the union being like, where the fuck is our wages? What the fuck is going on? And, you know, it's like, we keep, you know, hearing it's going to be this week, and then, you know, it's the week after, or it's the week after, and all this other shit. And the union's like, wait, what's going on now? And they, you know, got all pissed off and all in the fucking kerfuffle about it. So, basically, you know, outright force, like, hey, if you don't do some shit, there's going to be some immediate fucking consequences over this type of shit. And they're like, oh, well, okay, it shall be implemented on 9th. That's okay, 9th, which is technically next Thursday, not this coming Thursday. So it's like, I don't even know if they're going to be in for this week, but it's going to be at least a fucking absolute guarantee this coming week, because at this point the union's absolutely aware about their fuckery this time. Like they know of it. So this type of bullshit that the corporate's been doing is not going to keep going on. And frankly, all that is just basically going to be more back pay that they're going to have to give us anyway. So they fucked themselves over of that. Corporate dumb fucks. It's like, hey, sometimes it pays to be a leech, bitch. So, I mean, like, I'm not honestly surprised at all. And my assumption and my speculation all this time was frankly fucking right. It's like, goddamn, like, I need to, like, honestly, like, start, you know, like, doing some bets or something. Seriously. Because, like, I've been, you know, like, I feel like, you know, a lot of predictions or speculations I make about shit really actually ends up being fucking true. Whether it's, like, you know, political stuff or even this workplace shit, like, goddamn. Like, because frankly, honestly, it's like, all it takes is Occam's razor. It's like, what's the most simplest explanation as to why this shit is probably, you know, not being implemented? Oh, because they're dragging it out as long as possible, and they're going to lie through their fucking teeth as to why, you know, they haven't been implemented yet, just so they can sneak as much fucking money out the back door as possible before implementing the wages. You know, because at some point, they're going to fucking, you know, get, you know, the union, or at least, you know, somebody on their ass, you know, at some point. So, at least in the meantime, let's see how long we could drag it on. And, well, not that long. Because a lot of people were getting very fucking pissed, like me. Because honestly, I was getting this close to starting to talking with not just my department, but with a lot of people to be like, if we don't get this shit, you know, let's start fucking getting away to start walking out, because this is getting to be some bullshit. And I was already starting to get a lot of, you know, agreement with that idea in the first place, so it's like, it's not like it wouldn't have been that hard. But now, it's at least, you know, in surety. And if it doesn't, well, at least I know the union would back us up if we walked out. because they are also pissed off that this has been going on for like it has. Which, frankly, makes me feel comfortable and assured and, trusting that the union has actually got some fucking teeth right now. It's like, I mean, it kind of feels like a nice breath of fresh air. Because at least, when I first started, like, I never really took any notice of it because the union didn't really have much teeth or really that much strength at the time. There was some good stuff, that we had, especially, but, and, the protections and benefits were there still, but it was like, they weren't really, like, a prominent, like, thing that was, like, there as much. But now they have been. It's like, and especially nowadays, now more so than ever, they're making sure that, employees are, keeping protected and shit. And sometimes, at least to some extent, that actually can be kind of a detriment, especially if people keep calling the fuck out or all this other shit. I mean, so it's just like, it can be kind of a detriment, but honestly, the good that comes in with these type of protections really outweighs those type of cons. At least in my mind. I mean, I guess to a lot of other people, maybe not so much, but I mean, it's like, I mean, would you rather have those protections and maybe a couple people be fucking a bunch of pieces of shit about it, or would you rather the company be able to basically fuck you over each way till Sunday without those type of protections in place because they can get away with it? Because, then the times you actually do legitimately need it, you're not going to be able to have it there. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're going to get people that take advantage of it, but isn't that kind of the point of it being there? Because if you truly need it, then use it. It's not illegal to force workers to sign an agreement not to unionize. Is it illegal? Well, at this point, we're already union. And honestly, no, it's not. Because a fucked up thing that I've learned is that when it comes to department managers, they're non-union, outside of exceptions. I think every store gets an exception of 2. And it's just like, it's like, hey, oh, what now? I mean, and honestly, it's like, I'm wondering in my head, it's like, is there just simply a way to circumnavigate that and just say fuck you and just apply to the union or some shit? Like, because that just sounds fuckety. Because at that point, that means our store isn't absolutely 100% unionized. Obviously, the store directors and managers obviously want it, but when it comes down to the actual workers and shit, even department managers, it's like, what? Like, wait, not all of them are? And, it's like, even my manager was saying, it's like, yeah, like when it comes to, because she was saying, it's like, yeah, I got literally 1 day off and been working 14 fucking days straight. I'm like, and I said, it's like, how's that even fucking legal? And it's like, non-union, and then don't give a fuck about, us. It's just like, don't give a fuck about people like us. I'm just like, well, I mean, don't give a fuck about people like us either, but it's just like, I mean, they just have more freedom to fuck you more so than us. And honestly, that's why. Because they don't want managers or department managers to have the protections of the union shit, because it'll be a lot easier to fuck them over when it comes to, shit like, hey, you gotta do this and do that, blah, 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 and all this other bullshit. So if anything, it's just easier to, have them under your fucking hook as a fucking store director or a corporate, upper echelon parasite. It's a lot easier to fucking get the shit that you want to when it comes to that, more so, because if a manager, all of a sudden it's like, you know what, I don't exactly, think this is, gonna work or help or any of this shit, I'm gonna get the rep, they can't do that. They don't get that luxury. People like me do. Because that's something Walmart did with us. After 2 weeks of computer training, they made us sign a paper saying we promise not to unionize under threat of unemployment. Yeah, and frankly, like, that shit in the first place should just be absolutely illegal. Like, just off the bat. Like, I mean, it's like, hey, in order to have this job, or in order to, get a promotion or whatever the fuck, you have to basically, promise to not, join the union again, and you have to get out of it, and or you're not allowed to organize the union and all the shit. It's just like, that needs to be fucking illegal. Like, what's the whole idea about, like, the workers have the right to organize if shit like that's allowed? Evidently they don't. That's I packed this a little too deep. Packed this a little too deep and thick. I mean, that's just. You know what? Got me all in the doozy mood for specific tunes. Here we go. Bop. Got me in the mood now, damn it. And I gotta learn that deep and thick. Good on women and man, but bad on bowls. I know, man. Can't go thick and deep. When it comes to bowls, at least.
I'm a union buster. The bosses trust me. I have keep their employees overworked and underpaid. He's a union buster. The bosses trust me. He helps keep their employees overworked and underpaid. In the old days, gum ducks used when I jog these fancy words, if I didn't say no to. Pitting folks against each other, saying negative your lies. You're down in all these workers, so you're trying to organize. I'm a union buster, the bosses trust me. I help keep their employees overworked and underpaid.
Thick and deep ain't good on bowls, but it's good on women and men. Honestly, not necessarily for dudes entirely. Like, if you go a little too thick, then you know, it might be a little over the top. Don't want that.
I pull the legs off bugs and spiders and the wings off butterflies. Now I've grown to be a man, I haven't changed at all. I take up on the underdog, the humble and the small. I'm a union buster, the bosses trust me. I help keep their employees overworked and underpaid. He's a union buster, the bosses trust the aid. I help keep their employees overworked and underpaid. Jack London tells the story God was working in his land.
Oh, this is actually a song I haven't heard yet. Ballad of Richard Nixon. High rent, low wages. Story of the fucking underclass. Because, like, the rent at the apartments that are right next to the store that some of my coworkers live in, it's going from $1,500 to $1,800. Where it's literally going from fucking... You know, from fucking, like, you know, it's a $300 increase and shit, like, right off the bat. It's like, honestly, like, that's literally basically just, like, one of my fucking paychecks, like, you know, immediately, like, well, it's one pay, like, that's just another paycheck to rent, basically. It's like, how is anyone going to be able to afford that? Because the apartments that they live in aren't exactly, like, luxurious or bougie by any means, or exactly huge either. I mean, they're decently sized, I guess, for being apartments, but, I mean, they're not exactly, like, you know, roomy or big. I mean, it's got some, alright, some commodities. I think it has, like, a pool and a couple other things, but, again, it's not, like, you know, some fancy schmancy place, like, by any means. It's, like, your standard fucking, like, apartment complex, basically. Here's this one tune I haven't heard yet.
And people were worried that the vice president, who was Richard Nixon, would become president. Now, Nixon had built a kind of
narration.
Unsavory reputation, calling a lot of people communists or fellow travelers, and a lot of people were concerned this guy shouldn't be president. But there were others, pro-Nixon guys, they said, look, he's been in office for 4 years as vice president. He's learned a lot. Now he's got experience. He's dropped a lot.
You know, I gotta pause it really quick because doesn't it sound awfully familiar with pro-Biden people? He has 8 years of experience being vice president. Surely he... Oh my god, dude. How eerily familiar does that sound?
He's really an experienced man. And one of the leading Democrats, when he heard that, he says, I don't believe the office of vice president should be used as a reform school.
I guess when I move out west, I should be prepared to be homeless, because I definitely can't afford $1,800 rent. Like I said, if I can help it, I'll figure out a way to make sure that you're Gucci. Seriously. Like, it will not be paying that. Like, honestly, like, at least two of my homies, if they get a big enough of a place, like, I mean, they'd definitely be room for a third person. And frankly, like, honestly, I've talked about you in the group chat before, so they are kind of aware of you and know about you, and, you know, and honestly, if I actually, like, if it was, like, a legit serious thing that, you know, was committed to and planned and actually organized with, like, frankly, like, they would probably be willing to help, but obviously you would have to, you know, probably pitch in a little bit, you know, yourself in some way, but, I mean, you know, that would be something that would obviously be worked out over time, you know, because it would be such a major fucking change from Alabama to Oregon, so it's just like, obviously it wouldn't be like an immediate, like, alright, you gotta do this, you know, it's like, obviously you're gonna get yourself oriented and figure shit out. Because in a lot of ways, it'd even be kind of, you know, scary and probably nervous-like, you know, because, like, wow, totally different place, totally new area, totally different people, you know, it's like, I mean, if it'll probably in a lot of ways maybe be a culture shock. Like, you probably would have a culture shock here. Because of, obviously, you know, being in Alabama for most of your life and, you know, and then coming up here, do what it took to make things work. Well, yeah, and honestly, like, I mean, you know, my friends will see value in that, you know, and honestly, it wouldn't necessarily have to be like, you gotta take a job or some shit. It would probably be, you know, it's like, as long as you at least, you know, are, you know, pitching in some way, then, you know, you're gonna be good, because honestly, like, at least the two that I'm talking about, you know, one of them has a job, but the other one's in school, and is able to get money from FAFSA and for the Gov in that way, so it's just like, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a job. And obviously, I mean, even though you move to a different state, you would still get your SSDI shit. So it's just like, I mean, you know, at least you'll already have a little something, something.
And if you wash your hands quite thoroughly, you too may be considered for the president. If you wash your hands quite thoroughly,
and honestly, I could definitely see it work, because obviously you probably politically aligned a lot more, you know, around here in comparison to Alabama, so it'd be a lot easier, well, maybe initially being kind of a culture shock, you know, a lot easier to fit in. Especially when it comes to, like, little mom and pop shops and places, like, in a lot of places, legit will not discriminate based on, like, disability and shit like that. And also, like, I mean, my work's the same way, but that doesn't necessarily mean the straw boss is gonna fucking want to overwork your ass, because, well, I mean, look at me, you know? So, it's just like, I mean, obviously it depends on the workplace and the job and shit, but, I mean, honestly, just, like, a lot of, like, little thrift shops, like, small, like, little mom-pop shop thing, you know, places, all sorts of different things that, I mean, really, that, you know, you'll be able to at least maybe find a little something that would be decent. And also, like, if they see references about, like, oh, Walmart, Alabama, and, you know, some other places, you know, in Alabama, they're going to be like, oh, well, you're just trying to start off and, you know, restart yourself a little bit. So, yeah, we'll take you. Like, if, you know, you're wanting to get yourself settled in and be a part of our local economy and be a part of our local community. Like, if anything, they'll see that as like, oh, okay. You know, you're from a totally different state, you know, and you're moving over here now, and you're getting a job here and being more of a resident here. Like, if anything, they'll see that as kind of a good thing. They probably wouldn't give a fuck about calling them. And even if they did and hear some weird shit, they're probably going to think, well, this is probably a reason why you moved out here anyway. You know, it's like to get away from this shit. So, I mean, around here, if there's any bias, it'll probably be more so in your favor than the other way around. But also, again, that does kind of depend on the workplace and, you know, the management of that place, too. At least when it comes to, like, more mom-and-pop type of things. It just kind of depends. Because there's definitely some places that are just outright shit, and I would just not recommend being there. I mean, honestly, there are definitely some workplaces that, even despite being non-union, actually have some pretty decent bennies. Like Sportsman Warehouse, even though they're non-union, actually have some pretty decent benefits when it comes to working there. Like, legit, pretty decent discounts and some other shits. So, honestly, it's just like, I mean, even though there might, you know, there's workplaces and companies and jobs around here that are non-union, I mean, depending on what you find, there could definitely be some that has some pretty decent bennies and some decent discounts and stuff like that working there. But that doesn't necessarily mean they shouldn't be non-union. They should, be union. But I mean, like knowing that there's at least companies out there that are wanting to incentivize actually, like, yeah, we'll give you some decent discounts and decent stuff. Please don't organize on us. I mean, that's kind of the idea of it. But honestly, I've kind of thought about, like, if I have a backup plan that I want to do, like, I would just go work at Sportsman's, honestly. And if anything, I would see about trying to stay in my union at the same time. And eventually, just slowly but surely, just try to organize a union at the Sportsman's there. Like, I mean, if anything, that would be my kind of game plan about it. Be like, just keep to the same union and keep paying the dues and shit, just kind of separately. Outside of, obviously, like a workplace W-2 contract type of bullshit, whatever the fuck. And just be like, hey, I still want to be a part of the union, but I'm going to want to work at the workplace currently in a non-union workplace, but want to organize, with, the union I've been a part of. Because it would fit within, what we do. It's the United Food and Commercial Workers, and Sportsman's is commercial work. So it fits right in. It's like, I mean, so I can see, an opportunity right there. So it's not like, with backup plans of working at, potential non-union workplaces, it doesn't mean I, can't stay within union and use that as an opportunity to organize workplaces. Because I've been for a while now. Honestly, the main reason why it hasn't advanced farther is actually meeting face to face with the fucking local rep. So I can actually have a shop steward position at my work and shit. Because I mean, that's something that I've been trying to do for a while. But I actually have to fucking get with the rep and actually deal with all that shit. So it's just like either whenever they are there, I'm never like there when they are there, or when I am there when they could be there, they're never there. So it's like, So it's I just never have good luck with actually trying to meet with them in person. Like, I just unfortunately I guess out of all the union shit, that's like the one thing that I just don't got the greatest luck with, is actually meeting with the rep. It's like, I just never have great. It's not even me, really. It's just that, like, whenever I go to work and shit, like, usually they're gone by the time I, show up for my work, because usually they'll be there between, like, the afternoon or, like, noon, 11 or something like that. And usually I'm going there at, like, 2 or 3. So by that point, they're long gone. So it's like, it's like, damn it. Like, I wish I would just stay there for a little bit, especially if there's, like, somebody that's, being like, hey, somebody who's going to show up here like an hour or two, wants to talk with you and stuff. You mind staying around for a couple hours? And, it's just like, I wish it would just do that. Why can't they? Please. I offer opportunities. Here's an American gun laws distilled down into Family Guy joke.
Card.
Well, let's get.
Hi, I'm a 15-year-old wild card.
Well, let's get you a gun already.
Oh my god, that's basically true. I'm a 15-year-old and I'm a wild card that's probably unstable. And hey, stop right there. Here, would you like this AR-15 for $500? And hey, by the way, we also have a selection of handguns under $350. It's just like, I mean, it's just like, yep, that's basically the summary of, yeah. There's not exactly much that needs to be added to that joke. That's pretty much the good summary of that. all marching union to be strong. Side by side, hereafter onward, victory will come. Sounds like if America actually became a syndicalist like nation, and this is like one of the military hymns. It actually does. Actually, that reminds me. There's actually a labor appropriated version of the United States anthem that's based as fuck. It's just called Banner of Labor, and the lyrics is basically just an actual based version of the US anthem, basically. Let me look it up. Oh, the original origin of the song goes back to 1909. I love this version of Hold the Fort too. It's such a... I love how the original one's just appropriated off a Christian hymn, and then this one appropriated it into like kind of a labor military hymn. And I dig it. It kind of reminds me of like the Soviet Red Army hymns and shit. But obviously just kind of a more of Americana version of it. Actually, there's a few songs when it comes to like Soviet Red Army hymns that are actually kind of Americana based. I know there's one I think called "The Battle Goes On," I believe. Or hold on, let me see what the full name of it is. I think it's actually oh, it's called "The Battle's Going Again." That's the name of the song. But here, I'll play a little bit of it here. Sounds like actually kind of like rocky and like poppy almost. That's like a rock beat. That sounds Western almost, like kind of like Wild Western a little bit. Like this actually kind of has a feeling of Americana a little bit. I mean, despite being a very Soviet song, obviously. But it sounds so epic. It's one of my favorite Red Army songs, actually. Just for the percussion. Sounds like an old Japanese show intro to me. I can see it. I just love the percussion to it. It just sounds like so punky and rocky. It sounds like a rock and roll beat. I mean, and for a song that's like in the 1900s and shit, like, I mean, it's weird how it's almost like a proto-classical rock song. Without it obviously being rock, but I mean, it just has the vibe. It builds up a lot. I love it. Actually, the music video that this song has is actually pretty dope too. Just send a bunch of conscripts of Mosins. We go to victory. I think it starts building up a little bit around here. Oh, not yet. One more. I know it's one more. Oh, well, no, it is here. For you of the lands, progress niggas of new world. It's after this. It's after this chorus. Got me listening to Royal Blood randomly while I work. Good, good, young Padawan. Take the lead. Your name is yours. again, and use of October taking leave. Here it is. It's so epic. Dun, dun, dun. I love that just like crescendo. It's just so epic. This song is just so fucking epic. Mad Gains. I know, dude. You can thank me for that. I'm the one who got him hooked on Royal Blood. I kept spamming Royal Blood songs to him. I'm like, yo, this song is based. This song is awesome. You'll dig this song. You'll love this song. And then he recommended me. He's like, damn, I'm like literally playing this song on loop. And I think it was Oblivions. Like, he sent me Oblivions. He's like, you literally got me listening to this on repeat, bruh. But here, yo, let me show you the US appropriated version of the based US anthem. Oh, say, can you hear? I'm coming near, more near. Then call now sounding. Then call you the labor. Oh, the sweet of and blue. Out of the land. The toilers remember. Each toiler is his neighbor. Such an epic meat song. Here, actually, let me find the, oh, here's, where's the, oh, here it is. This is the one that actually has lyrics on it. That one just sounds more epic, though, because this one's just a piano. This sounds epic. I like the flag. Similar to the one I got. It's actually a bass version of it. Zukov! What, you want to join me? Come here. Fuck. Yes, Zukov, you sweet baby. You wish to join us in the more proper anthem of the US. What it should be, I guess. Even though it's not. In a proper timeline. Zukov, you fucking piece of shit! Zukov, what the fuck? You asshole! You fucking asshole, Zukov, you knocking shit over? I'm drunk and I'm not even knocking shit over, you prick! What the fuck? Asshole? I'm just sleep deprived drunk and you're fucking knocking shit over? Prick. Well, like, he is a true anarchist. But seriously, dude? He guy's drunk and he stole a tractor. I wish. Or just use a tractor to steal a tank. I guess I wish I was a Ukrainian farmer for that, because like the mad gains in the fucking like Giga Chad like Sigma energy to just be like, hey, comrade, there's a random tank that's just sitting here on the road. You want to get my tractor and go pick it up and put it in my barn? Nah, let's go do that. I mean, this is like, I mean, can't go wrong with that shit. It's like, I mean, fuck yeah, I'd totally like, you know, like as a random farmer and it's like, oh, tank on side of the road? Nah, I'll put that in my barn. I think I'll keep that as a memento. People just leave them by the road around here. What? Why? What? Because like, well, I guess my 1950 tractor broke down. Guess might as well just put it on the side of the road and fucking abandon it. Like, I just, oh my god. Really? What the fuck? Oh my god, people will just be hella dumb. It's like, yeah, let me just like, you know, just leave this tractor that, you know, just ran out of gas here, and just like say fuck it. And it'll be here next month when I get my SSDI so I can fucking, you know, get some gas and put it in here. It'll still be here. No one's gonna fuck with it. Like, oh my lord. Old tractors, I'm talking modern tractors? Oh my god, that's even worse. So it's like, well, my John Deere ran out of gas, better leave it on the side of the road, no one's gonna fuck with it. Like, that, that's even worse. Oh, wow, dude, what the fuck? What the hell, man? It's like, why? It's like, just fucking, what, you can't get, like, some yokel, like, on, you know, they're just, like, you know, who's driving on the side of the road, be like, hey, I need some gas for my tractor, you mind driving me to the nearest gas station so I can get, you know, jug, you know, or, like, a tank of gas, so I can get it, you know, back down on my tractor so I can get it back home? You think they would fucking, like, you know, be a little bit more practical about it. Bama's weird, man. You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of that state. Like, I know I say it, but, like, honestly, it's because I legit kind of wanted it to be a thing. You need to get the fuck out of that state. And if anything, at least try to get here. Because at least here, despite rent being garbage, would at least be, like, a trillion times better. And at least, you know, it could kind of work. We should organize something, Lamau. Oh yeah, I wonder what that could be. We should organize something like, I don't know, like the poor, you know, class and the working class together, and maybe redistribute a lot of the wealth and power that a lot of the rich that, you know, have kind of taken from people. Yeah, maybe stuff like that, yeah. Things like that would probably, you know, go a long way. Because frankly, at this point, like, I mean, the Fed Gov has just proven that it's just more than just worthless. And then you got, like, you know, state governments, depending on what state you're in, that might give a shit about that kind of, or might actually want to destroy that every step of the way. So it's just like, depending on what state you live in, you might be more fortunate or unfortunate, you know, depending on those circumstances. And it's like, if you're more unfortunate, obviously there has to be a bug out plan to get the fuck out of Dodge if it doesn't approve. Because at least some of those states, you know, have an opportunity, maybe not necessarily in the more immediate short term, but in, you know, maybe a couple election cycles or, you know, or so, you know, could potentially see a turn and a shift. But it's just like, I mean, that just depends, again, what state you're in and if you're willing to hedge those bets. Though if you are, then in a way it is a higher likelihood for, you know, the shift to happen because you're sticking around. But like states like Alabama, Florida, fucking like other, you know, like Mississippi, Arkansas, Georgia. Well, maybe not Georgia actually. Yeah, maybe not Georgia as much. But like, you know, all these other different like hardcore red southern states, like. Like, I mean, get the fuck out of Dodge. If you're like a progressive or a leftist, just get the fuck out of there. Like, I mean, Like, like, honestly, you legit have better chances in places like in Georgia, because at least there it's, you know, kind of, you know, not more immediately, but down the line, it's, you know, looking like it will eventually shift to at least more of a purple state. It's kind of getting there a little bit. Places like Texas are starting to kind of get there a little bit. Like, I mean, there are some states that are eventually, at some point, will eventually kind of be more purple or, you know, start shifting blue. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean fuck all, really. I mean, given our system. But, I mean, when it comes to the more, like, fascistic, racist bullshit, like, I mean, it won't be as strong and or poignant in those governments of those states, at least. So that's at least a positive. I mean, it's at least, you know, something to be said about it. Sukov, what the fuck are you doing, bruh? Yeah, you fucking psycho. Refused to go to Texas because I think I committed a hate crime against Ted Cruz. Realistically, though, depending on where you were, like, what's the likelihood you would actually see him? Like, I've been to Texas at least, you know, 3 times in my life, and frankly, honestly, I would have a higher likelihood of seeing Greg Abbott. And even then, I, you know, am never remotely close to an opportunity to seeing him. And the only reason why I say that is because I know for a fact that some of my family have been to the governor's mansion and has met with him at, like, little private governor mansion dinners. And honestly, I legit unironically hope to fuck that I happen to visit Texas one day with my folks and they happen to be going to something like that, and convince them to let me tag along. I actually seriously want to, like, see what the fuck, you know, that type of shit's like. I want to see what, like, the hornet's nest, you know, looks like, you know, like, at least this specific type of nest, because if I can see what this nest looks like, I guarantee you I know what the rest of the hornet's nest looks like a lot more. And, like, in a weird way, that's why I don't mind, you know, visiting Texas, honestly, personally, because in a weird way, I can have a pretty interesting perspective about how, like, politics fucking work, just because I know my family is, like, at least some of them has met with people like Abbott and shit, and been to the governor mansion and stuff like that. So honestly, it's like I have an opportunity to have, like, a more insider's perspective on shit like this. I've never been able to have it yet, but the opportunity is there, possibly. And if it ever becomes a thing, I will absolutely want to jump on it. I'll be an outcast, absolutely, but I'll at least blend in enough to dress nice and stuff like that to at least, you know, be respectable. But I'm gonna fucking be, you know, put my ears on everybody, because I want, like, I'll be kind of walking around just kind of, you know, seeing what everything's about, you know, pretending that I'm not paying attention, but hearing every fucking conversation that those people would be having, because I would want to know. And knowing that I have a weird possibility, at the very least, of an opportunities possibility, you know, to, you know, be in a situation like that intrigues the shit out of me. And that's why, honestly, especially when it comes to visiting states like Texas and shit, despite their fucking, you know, garbage and shit when it comes to their government and how they do politics, like, I mean, it's why I'm okay, honestly, with going there at the end of the day, you know, despite that, because in a weird way, there's some strange opportunities that can, you know, come from it. And if I do, I will fucking jump on it, because think about it, like, I mean, think about the random shit that I could potentially be spilling beans about, you know, just based on fucking conversation I was hearing, you know, just going to something like that. I mean, be fucking whack. Like, I would fucking have a shock myself, be like, this is some of the shit they talk about? This is some of the stuff that, like, I mean, you know, it would intrigue the shit out of me. I want to have a chance like that. Like, honestly, I'll, like, in a weird way, I'll be like, hey, when's the next time I could go over there? Just, you know, and, you know, and also, is it all right if, you know, if you happen to take a visit to the governor's mansion or something like that, could I come along? You know, it's like, you know, like, because honestly, like, I'd definitely be down for it. I would definitely want to see, like, you know, what goes on. I want to. Knowing my luck, I run into him at least one time. You can't tell me you could punch Sheku's and no punishment, you won it. Oh, of course. Fuck that. Go see Avid Slimebox. Honestly, like, for me, considering that I can at least be like, hey, you know, I'm the interesting, you know, like, family member from Oregon that, you know, like, honestly, like, that alone in Texas already makes you an interesting person to, you know, a lot of those type of people that live in Texas and shit. They'll be like, oh, well, what's it like? Blah, 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 blah. Especially if I tell them from Portland. Oh, they're gonna be like, oh, is it like the Antifa hellhole? Is it all burnt down? Blah, blah. Like, they're gonna fucking have these weird assumptions, and I'm literally gonna be like, no, it's not. You know, like, if anything, like, it would be like, honestly, I see shit like that as an opportunity. For me personally, like, in a way, like, I can, you know, like, I could kind of see, you know, what me being there could probably, I don't think it would change their fucking minds by any means, by the way. Like, they're rich fucking cocksuckers that are in the game. But, you know, the idea of being able to at least use that to butter them up and, you know, kind of hear what they talk about and see what, at least locally in Texas, statewide, you know, the game's about. You know, it has a lot more of an enlightening perspective about how the national game's like. Not that I already know, obviously, but to kind of get more of a detailed perspective, I think, to me, for me personally, it's like an opportunity to be like, ooh, I want to know. I mean, yeah, like, you would have to be exposed to the slime box gubernatorial mansion that is Abbott's, you know, fucking house and shit. But at the same time, I see an opportunity with it. More so to kind of, you know, peek your ear in and be like, huh, what's being talked about? What's being discussed? What type of shit, you know, when it comes to business opportunities that they are, you know, going into and shit. Like, for me, I just see curiosity. Like, my curious brain is just curious indeed when it comes to things like that. Because when it comes to, like, the shadow, like, smoke-filled back rooms and shit, like, I'm just a curious cat. Like, I want to know what the fuck is being said in those rooms. And it's not like, you know, literal smoke-filled back rooms for the most part. Like, honestly, when it comes to, you know, a lot of those smoke-filled back rooms, they're literally just like outdoor little dinner parties at places like at the governor's mansion and shit like that. That's what they really are. You know, or at like these little private events. Like, that's what these smoke-filled back rooms are. It's more of a metaphor. I mean, they do happen. Like, there are smoke-filled cigar smoking back rooms and shit deals, and like it's not like it doesn't happen. But at the same time, though, it's something that, like, you know, it's, you know, like, it's not something that happens strictly there. And, you know, for me at least, I'm too much of a curious cat. I'm too much of, you know, somebody that kind of wants to know shit about that. And, you know, whenever I see opportunities, potentially at the very least, because honestly, the likelihood of me being able to go into a situation like this, by the way, is more like 5% maximum. Like, you know, it would be a fucking, like, you know, the most luckiest dice roll, you know, in gambling, you know, like, in history type of shit. Like, it would be a lucky fucking roll of the dice, you know, for something like that to happen for me. Like, because honestly, I hope it does, though. Because for me, I want to know. I want to know. Because I've heard some stuff, at least from my retired granddad from my dad's side, because he was in the real estate business, being kind of a landlord. So, I mean, he's also in the oil business, too. And, you know, at least at this point, he's retired, but he's still heavily invested in the stock market with all that shit, though. And he's talked with some of his old geezer, you know, buddies and shit like that, you know, about all this type of stuff. And honestly, like, I mean, I don't know if I've told this before, I think on Twitch, but I don't know on YouTube. So, at least for YouTube especially, let me tell this a little bit. The last time I was in Montana, before my granddad officially, you know, moved to Arizona and Phoenix, he was Ignar's bourgeoisie confirmed. Not me. Do you think? Okay, motherfucker. I know you're joking, but motherfucker, do you think I see a penny of that shit? I mean, you know what? Oh, hold on. I retract that. Like, I do, but it's more like $100 here for a birthday or like $200 here for Christmas. It's like, but besides that, do you think I'm gonna see any of that shit? Like, bitch, motherfucker, please. Like, I ain't seeing a penny of that shit outside of like the occasional gift, you know, from him on birthdays and Christmas and shit like that, which I'm thankful for. I'm not gonna deny it. Like, you know, but it's, like, I mean, let's be real here. Like, my dad's gonna see it first, and, you know, like, if anything, it's just gonna go more towards, like, you know, other shit before I fucking, you know, see that type of shit. Like, honestly, I ain't gonna be seeing any of that. I mean, and if I do, I mean, it would be like some lucky fucking shit, honestly. Like, I am not bourgeois by any means. Ignore Sassy. Yeah, I'm sleep deprived and drunk. Like, you think I got room for bullshit? Girl. I ain't got room for no nonsense. Anyway, here, let me get into this story, though. I don't even think I even got into it yet. But, like, so, like, I remember, what was it? Like, I think it was, like, a fucking, like, Applebee's or a Robin, or, like, Red Robin or some shit. I don't even fucking remember. It was, like, one of those. Or maybe, like, some local joint. But, like, I remember me, my dad, and my granddad, and some random, like, guy that my granddad was friends with. We're all, like, you know, at, you know, this place for, you know, for some dinner and shit. I think it was during my sister's wedding, if I remember, actually. So, I think this was back in, like, 2018 or 2017? No, I think 2016, actually. Because 2018 was, or 2017 was when I went to, yeah, so, okay, yeah, so it was 2016. So, basically, him and his old buddy were essentially, you know, fossil fuel industrialists, you know, at least when it came to the stock market and being invested in some of these fossil fuel companies and shit. And honestly, some of the conversation they were having was kind of damning. It was basically like, oh, you know, so it's like, hey!
Shut up!
So his friend was saying, so you heard about some of these red Indians that are, you know, and these environmentalists are getting in an uproar about some of this, you know, contract about this, you know, pipeline stuff out in Washington. I'm not kidding, that was verbatim. Like, these red Indians environmentalists, like, that was specifically verbatim.
Okay, you need to go over there. Seriously.
Where it was basically just like, you know, because they were investing in some sort of, like, fossil fuel industry that was, you know, trying to get, like, this shit pushed in Washington and going through native reservation land and shit. And basically, like, their main fucking idea was like, oh, they're just like, I mean, I'm not even kidding. They literally are just like, oh, these redskin savages. That's literally basically what at least the old geezer fucking thought. And they were just having a back and forth based on like, oh, yeah, well, you know, it's like, eventually they'll come to head. I heard some of the chiefs, you know, and those chieftains of, you know, some of, you know, tribes are actually a little bit more willing to be conciliatory and stuff like that. You know, and willing to at least, you know, work a bargain and blah, 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 blah. Like, they had, like, this fucking most weirdest back and forth that I heard. And I was, like, you know, just sipping on my, like, strawberry vodka drink because we all ordered these, like, specials that they had on, like, the strawberry vodka type of drink where it was, like, $2.50 or some shit. And I was just sitting there listening and, like, kind of looking at my dad just, like, just sipping that shit, just like, I mean, my eyes being, you know, telling him, like, the shit that I'm hearing, bro. Like, I mean, and obviously I don't think my dad kind of got it, but, like, at least for me, I'm just like, man, the urge to not say anything right now is so, like, like, it's barely there, because, man, I wanted to fucking say something, honestly.
Where were you?
Oh, this is back in, like, I think either 2017 or 2018 when I was in Montana at my sister's wedding and shit. Mm-hmm. And And this is one of the times where me and my granddad, and he had one of his old geezer buddies and shit that were both invested at, like, you know, these same fossil fuel companies and, like, you know, and all this other shit. Basically, like, stock market buddies and insider trading shit, honestly, a little bit. And, like, honestly, because that's what the conversation was like insider trading type of stuff. I mean, just on a more smaller level.
That shit gets you fucked over.
Yeah, I mean, but like in a lot of, but like what they were talking about was like this fossil fuel industry. I forgot all the details of like what the company was and shit, but they're saying like, oh, like, you know, some of these, you know, ratings, you know, and like, you know, these you know, like, environmentalists are all in the uproar because of this new project that we want to try to push, which is basically for Native American reservation land and, you know, and this other shit. And it's just like, and I'm sitting here, like, having to basically just keep my mouth shut, because if I started saying something, like, I would basically, like, get yelled at and all this other shit. And it's just like, I'm just gonna sit here and sip my alcoholic fucking strawberry vodka drink and just, like, be in awe at, like, what I'm listening to. Because, like, it was just a little, like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, oh, but, because then my granddad was like, oh, well, I heard some of the, you know, Indian chiefs, you know, blah, 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 are actually more conciliatory. And the fact that they were just saying, like, you know, such a callous, like, weird 70s, like, you know, manifest destiny, like, style lingo jingo, like, language about it. It was just like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, I was hearing, I mean, the way they were talking about, like, Native Americans and shit was just like, I feel like I'm, like, listening to, like, motherfuckers from, like, the 1870s. It's just like, what am I, like, but yet they're like, oh, it was just like, what the fuck? I was just like, what the hell, dude? I mean, that's why, personally, I like, you know, especially because some of my family in Texas have, at least in the past, I've been to the gubernatorial mansion and shit. There's always that slight opportunity where I could probably, like, you know, go to something like that. And that's why I kind of want to know. I want to know what these motherfuckers talk about behind the scenes. Like, because, I mean, if I heard shit like that just on, like, you know, some casual fucking, like, you know, outing and shit, like, I mean, imagine, like, these fucking, like, private shit. Like, I mean, it'd be insane. I mean, I can't imagine it, but that's why I want to go. I'm a curious cat. I want to fucking know. Can't all be orgies, drugs, can it? I mean, considering that, like, you know, if you go into, like, some gubernatorial, you know, like, mansion dinner or some shit, none of that's happening. At least the ones that my family members have been to, because they're all hoity-toity Puritan Christians. At least, you know, the ones in Texas I'm talking about and referring to in that instance. At least the story I'm talking about was with my granddad on my dad's side, which is Montana way. So way up more north, but Midwest either way. So a lot of there's elements of the conservatism and shit that are pretty similar. At least economically. But, I mean, overall, I mean, there's definitely some differences and shit, but not too much. I guess unfortunately. But at least Montana is actually pretty cool. Like, I mean, honestly, between the two states, you know, that, you know, like, both of my sides of the family have, you know, grown up in and shit, like, I definitely love Montana a lot more. I mean, at least when it comes to geography and at least certain aspects, caveat on certain aspects of Texan culture and, like, you know, some aspects of, like, places like Dallas and Austin, Houston, and shit like that. Like, Texas can be pretty dope. Like, I mean, it's a very big state, so in a lot of ways, it could be a very complex state in that way. I mean, like, there's no real inherent true Texan culture when, like, if you go to one part of Texas, you're just going to get a totally different flavor and brand of Texas in comparison to another part of Texas. Like, I mean, it's a pretty fat, huge, gigantic, complicated state. I mean, you can't deny that part. I mean, a lot of it, at least especially when it comes to the state government, it's still pretty heavily conservative as fuck and shit, but, I mean, the actual, like, culture itself and, like, the people that live there, like, it's a little more complex, but, I mean, it's not, like, hyper super complex by any means. I mean, it's just pretty mixed in a lot of ways. That's why I think, at least Texas is, one of the states that, is gonna probably be more purple versus, like, blue or red or whatever the fuck. Even though, frankly, at the end of the day, like, I don't really think those type of things really give that much of a fuck anyway. It's just about her, they out him for face-upping his cousin. Who, Cawthorn? Oh, yeah. I mean, when it comes to him saying that there's orgies and drug parties and cocaine parties and shit, no, I think he's absolutely right. And honestly, I think that some people that say, like, oh, he's kind of bullshitting with that a little bit and his claim is kind of BS. No, it's not. And the reason why is because look how the fucking old guard GOP fucking went at him like that. That quick. That fast to shut him the fuck up and get him out quick. Like, he spelt the beans and they didn't like that. And they want to know who the fuck ratted all this info out to him. And they wanted to know that shit. And he didn't spill the beans on that. He wasn't going to cooperate on that issue, so they fucking gutted him like a fish. That's why, honestly, to some level, I kind of had some marginal respect for Cawthorn, because he was a guy that was willing to spill the beans. And the old guard GOP especially hated that. You think Democrats would do the same thing? Abso-fucking-lutely they would. Oh, 100% they fucking would. Absolutely. Like, I mean, just look at what they do for people that, want to rock the boat ever so slightly. Like, the people that, like, McLeod Skinner for my district here in Oregon. Or fucking, like, John Fetterman or... and all these other dudes and shit. Like, I mean, or Bernie. It's like when it comes to people that are willing to rock the boat and spill the beans on a lot of the fucking system that is, yeah, they will do the exact same shit. Good spirit of Nancy Pelosi. Yeah, because honestly, that's why, her husband is, fucking arrested for a DUI. Because, again, like I was saying, when I remember on stream hearing about that. The other night, I think. And I was just like, yo, like, I mean, honestly, he's an absolute parasitical corporate scumfuck, but the one thing I actually have empathy for him is that, like, yeah, if I was the husband of Nancy Pelosi, I would be a fucking raging alcoholic just like he is, apparently. Because, like, yeah, I mean, like, can you blame him for that? I mean, yes and no. Like, I mean... Honestly, like, yes, because he's a corporate piece of shit and he should be held accountable for all that garbage, but no, because he's the husband of Nancy Pelosi. Like, I'd be an alcoholic if I was too. I mean, I'd be getting in DUIs left and right if I was. Oh, blah. You're a nutball. Look at you. To this person, I thought we had a Democrat president in the White House right now. Wait, who is this? I say you're married to Pelosi or Hillary. You'd have free pass to be some kind of drug addict. Yeah. We're reaching new lows of voting shaming here. Thread, if Biden forgives 10K in student loan debt, you have decided you won't vote for Democrats because you want 50K. I have a favor to ask, and I'm being 100% serious. Call up a parent of a slaughtered student or a loved one at Robb or in Buffalo, or a family member of someone in San Diego, Colorado, or at AME, and tell them that you decided to help elect the Republican. Oh my, you know what? I don't even want to read the rest of this. This person is a fucking worthless, stupid, parasitical fucking moron who just basically is like, but no matter how bad, even though, that's literally gonna do fucking shit for fuck. Like, fuck this person. Mueller, she wrote at... Yeah, like, Mueller, she wrote. That's literally the Twitter handle and the fucking actual... Like, just nothing but a conciliatory fucking puppet to the establishment DNC. What a fucking rat.
Do you want your chair open or something? Is your chair too tight?
Is your chair too fucking, like, fucked? No excuse for DUI, especially when you have over 100 million. I don't care that guy is a town drunk stumbling on the sidewalk. Yeah. I mean, like, there's the excuse for being drunk, but, I mean, the DUI, like, look, that's why I said I kind of have partial sympathy for the guy. Like, I mean, fuck him for literally everything else, but for being an alcoholic who's, you know, prone to DUIs and shit like that because he's married to Nancy Pelosi, like, I mean, that's where the empathy is. Like, I mean, fuck him for literally everything else.
Get in your chair.
Get in your chair, baby.
Get in your chair.
Get in there.
Get in your chair.
These people forget about Obama years. What exactly did he do to curb mass shootings? Literally nothing. Like, in a weird way, Trump did, quote, more to curb that shit than anyone. Like, he was the one who implemented bump stock bans and shit. And even then, like, I personally think that didn't really do shit. Because honestly, it's not that hard to bump fire your gun without a bump stock. I mean, it's just like, so, like, even then, like, so, like, whatever federal legislation that came in, when it came to, like, maybe helping preventing this type of shit, it came from Trump, weirdly enough, and even then, it was not really that fucking meritable. It was really just, like, a fucking token, like, look, I did something, got gun control, tremendous, but it didn't really do fuck all. Outside of basically just, like, exclude a element of the market when it comes to firearms, where it's like, you can't buy bump stock, you know, modifications and shit like that. It's just like, I mean, well, I mean, sure. I mean, I'm not, like, inherently against it, but, like, when it comes to the fundamental problem of mass shootings, evidently, it doesn't solve fucking anything. It doesn't do fuck all. And that's why I think certain shit, like, you know, mag capacity bans and, like, assault weapons bans and shit like that, I personally don't think I would do fuck all. Because, like, this type of shit would still go on. Like, you don't think this would happen with a handgun? It absolutely would. In fact, you know, I think a lot of these shooters do have a handgun outside of their rifle. In case your rifle jams or doesn't work or they're running out of bullets, they got their handgun. Like, I mean, a lot of fucking gun crimes and shit happen with handguns. Like, a lot of gun violence is with handguns and shit. So, if anything, like, you know, it should be more, you know, restrictions, you know, when it comes to the accessibility of handguns, when it comes to overall statistics about this type of shit. But either way, like, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, for me at least, it's just like, let's just try to restrict the accessibility of firearms. Like, you know, have 21 and over across the board. You know, have more stricter background checks and have more stricter red flag laws and shit, and actually, you know, have proper implementation of them. Like, go for some basic training when it comes to, you know, acquiring firearms. Like, okay, you want to have it? Here's like a written and a physical test, you know, to make sure that you're, you know, like, capable of operating it and actually safe and responsible for the damn thing. I mean, it's like, there should be at least some basic process like that. Because even for me, personally, I thought it was, like, a little kind of weirdly too easily for me to get, like, my Vishka, for example. It's just like, oh, just background check, next day, I just pick it up and it's done. It's like, I mean, I kind of, it's like, okay. I mean, but even then, it's like, I wish there was a little more to it, in a way. I mean, it's like, I don't mind going through the extra hoops, you know, because at the end of the day, if I still get it, hey, whatever. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I know I would, even if with the extra hoops that I propose for. Because, I mean, like, most people would be able to, you know, and it's like, and honestly, the idea of just, like, not having the shit is just kind of fucking ludicrous. Vote yes on IP-17. What's IP-17? I literally don't know what that is, so you would have to tell me about it. Is it roaches or ticks you supposed to burn? Copa no los dos. Both are pretty fucking disgusting and gross, and you don't want around. Landlord worth 100 million should be stepped on like a cockroach. That's the least of the fucking concerns. Ah! The bowl didn't fly away, but I had my bong, like, actually, like, edged on the edge of my desk. It's actually probably not a good idea. Need to have it more sturdy right here. Proposal for a Massachusetts-style gun regulation system in Oregon. Oh, I remember Massachusetts regulation system. It's actually pretty decent. It's actually, like, I think one of the more reasonable sound states that have, like, you know, when it comes to gun laws. Because they're not like, you know, hyper overbearing, but they actually have a legitimate, like, you know, policy when it comes to accessibility with those things. Like, Massachusetts actually has a pretty legitimate, like, decent system when it comes to gun regulations. If I remember correctly about it, because I remember a couple years back hearing them implement that. I think after, what was it, Parkland? Or Sandy Hook, I think? I think it was after Sandy Hook when they implemented it. Propulsive, imagine if Republicans took control of California, that'd be a nightmare. Well, they kind of did without Arnold Schwarzenegger, remember? He was a Republican, and he was a governor. I mean, so, like, it's not like they haven't before in recent history. They wouldn't even recall Newsom, Lamau, or a clown party. I mean, honestly, in a weird way, the fact that that recall happened to Newsom in the first place actually kind of lit a fucking log fire on his ass, and he actually was doing some decent shit for California for a little bit there. Like, he was actually, you know, starting to, like, you know, do, like, the equivalent of executive orders, you know, in California and shit. Like, I'm passing some stuff where, you know, Californians actually, you know, agree with and shit, blah, 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 blah. Like, he actually kind of started doing some shit after that. Even though he won it, like, he was just like, maybe I should actually do some stuff to make sure this doesn't happen again. Which, yeah, I mean, honestly, which shows, like, you know, even though it failed, like, I mean, that is kind of a form of direct action, and even though maybe Republicans are the one who started it, it does light a fucking fire in their ass. It makes them start doing shit. So, I mean, yeah, so there's something to it. Fuck, I'm holding a piss really quick. I'm gonna play a tune and be right back.
Boo-boo.
Why do you keep... What the fuck? You're chewing on a paintbrush?
Rodney Coronado was arrested for a speech that he gave one evening by the San Diego beach. He stated his opinions, they sounded just like mine. Now they want to put him behind bars till 2029. Prosecutor said the problem was the speech showed intent. I couldn't figure out exactly what that meant. You can't describe an action, say you thought that it was swell. So what'll happen when we sing this? Who the heck can tell? But we don't like the condo and we're gonna burn it down. Corporate terrorists drive them out of town. We'll bring a lot of gasoline, pour it on the floor, light a match, say a prayer, and run right out the door. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. We're going to burn it down, 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 burn it down. If you just sang that chorus, then you just broke the law to be an eco-terrorist. Now you just gotta flap your jaw, and hey, who knows, by the time you have a chance to blink, whether you're a criminal might depend on what you think. But we don't like the bulldozer, we're gonna burn it down. Corporate terrorists drive them out of town. We'll bring a lot of gasoline, pour it on the floor, light a match, say a prayer, and run right out the door. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. We're going to burn it down, 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 burn it down. First they came for Rod, maybe next they'll come for you. Let me tell you what I think all of us should do. Sing the song with me, raise your fist and caterwaul. If we fight together, they can't arrest us all. Cause we don't like the Walmart and we're gonna burn it down. Corporate terrorists drive them out of town. We'll bring a lot of gasoline, pour it on the floor, light a match, say a prayer, and run right out the door. Burn it down, burn it down, burn it down, burn it down. We're going to burn it down, 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 burn it down.
you, baby. Come on. Goof.
Yeah. Whoa. Didn't Newsom advocate and turn against Medicare for? Yes, pretty much.
So how's the rest of work?
Hmm?
How's the rest of work?
It's gonna be the third time I'm gonna go into it.
I was asleep. You didn't wake me up.
I know you were. But when I don't eat all the ribs, I'm definitely gonna want some.
Huh?
I got a lot of ribs.
Oh, you did? Sweet.
Well, I mean, they're kind of like, you know, like 3 to 4 at a time, or maybe, you know, stuff like that. But you know, whatever. Anyway, but.
So I can't eat all the ribs. Okay.
Well, I mean, at least save a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, if
You know
anything,
me well enough.
I mean, if anything, like, I'll eat what I'm gonna eat of it tonight, and whatever's left is, you know, free to take. Like, if anything, that's gonna be what's gonna happen.
Oh,
Anyway.
I was gonna wait until you eat anyway.
Well, yeah, but anyway, like, honestly,
It was one of those days.
not because of, like, how busy it was actually kind of off and on, pretty steady, you know, slow for a Monday, but, you know, I mean, it had its moments, but it's just a drama.
You're tired of it?
Well, yes, and also, it's just, like, this extra fucking shit when it comes to, like, you know, learning about, it's just fucking ridiculous.
What
like,
are you trying to do?
Because honestly, I don't even know. Oh, he wants the last bone in here, I guarantee it. What's this? You want that, don't you? Yeah, I could tell. There you go. He runs away with it. But anyway. Like, honestly, just like, I mean, it's just like the two-faced bullshit when it comes to, like, talking behind everyone's goddamn fucking back. Because honestly, it's like, there's some, like, shit that I learned about, like, what my manager's been saying about me and shit. Like, apparently, especially very recently, she's been saying how she wants to try to get rid of me and shit, and all this other fucking shit. And also, what's even more fucked up is as of recently, she's been, like, you know, kind of, you know, being a little bit more close to me, being like, hey, you know, should I make my hair all red, or do all this other shit? And it's just like, now realize...
Trying to get me to fuck you now.
Yeah, it's just like, and honestly, in a lot of ways, and, you know, and I've been friendly, you know, showing her what I've been doing, you know, showing Zukov, you know, a little bit of pictures, you know, what I've been doing, like, breaking in my new gun and stuff like that. Like, I mean, it's like, you know, it's like, I'm obviously trying to, you know, do my part, and it's like, and honestly, a lot of it's just because, oh, you know, I might be late, you know, sometimes, or whatever the fuck and shit. You know, and it's like, just literally because of that type of shit. And it's like, I mean, honestly, like... She's just, one, not a good communicator, but, like, and two, it's just, like, if there really is, like, I mean, honestly, if it's such a thing where you really want, like, you know, want this addressed, then just talk to me. Like, seriously, just address it to me. And then, you know, and I can just, you know, like, lay it down and be like, hey, look, you know, I mean, here's the situation, and look, I'm trying to improve about it, which I honestly am. I'm trying to not be, like, 20, 30 minutes late or whatever the fuck. Like, you know, I literally don't want to be, like, no more than, like, 10 minutes late when it comes to shit. Like, you know, I'm not trying to fucking, like, you know, fuck people over with that. So, you know, it's just like...
Well, see, it's kind of funny because I'm usually 2 or 3 minutes late. My boss doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just like, hey, yeah.
If I'm there, I'm
honestly,
there.
yeah, in my mind, personally, it's like, as long as you're not, like, no more than, like, maximum, like...
Okay, I've been 30 minutes late twice because I woke up late.
Yeah, it shit happens sometimes, you know, and every now and then, as long as you just, like, are honest about it, it's like, hey, I woke up a little late, you know, that's just what happened, I'll, you know, it's like, I'll show up as soon as possible, and, you know, as long as it's communicative, the shit, like, that's really the thing, it's just being communicative, like, because, honestly, it's like...
Well, see, that's the funny thing is that, usually if my managers aren't there, they don't check their voicemail. So they want me to call them at 7 when they're open. So if I'm sick or something, I'll call them and be like, alright, hey, I'm not feeling good today.
Yeah.
I'll be able to make it. and they're fine with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, honestly, I mean, it's just like, she just like, I mean, because honestly, like, I kind of knew she would be kind of like a little backstabby bit, or she'll kind of like, accept some of the bullshit that some people do a little bit, but then like bitch about it constantly, when they're not there. And it's just like, you're the department manager. Like, if you want to garner, the respect of your coworkers, here, and also like not let them do that shit, you kind of have to, like, be a little bit more of a fucking manager in this fucking case and shit, instead of being kind of like their buddy. And even then, especially like, it's like, honestly, I'm not gonna like, bring it up or, make it like, something to her all of a sudden, but like, or change how I'm working. But like, it's like, hey, if you really think that getting rid of me is, just because of my attendance shit is a big issue, like, seriously, having some fucking reflection and look who the fuck is in your crew right now. Because honestly, like, despite, maybe some issues with me and my attendance stuff, look how many people are actually, doing their work versus me. Like, honestly, like, I would, like, frankly, like, if for some reason she actually was talking to me about that and shit, I would literally be like, look, I know this is a big issue, and honestly, frankly, this might be just kind of a thing, about me that, I'm always going to have a constant struggle about, like, because, this is always, I'm going to be honest, this was kind of a thing even, way before you, is, a thing, even when I started and shit. But it's not like I'm being an asshole or trying to do shit. That's why, I do the work that I do and shit when I'm, at fucking work. Like, I'm not trying to, I'm one of the better workers that are working there and shit because of that type of shit. It's like, to show that, like, at least at the minimal, to be like, hey, look, even though I might be, like, 20 minutes late here and there, or 30 minutes late here and there, or some shit, it's like, I'm not trying to be a fucking dick or whatever the fuck. It's just like, it's not like, oh, I don't give a fuck, or this or that, or whatever the hell. It's just like, hey, sometimes shit happens. Sometimes Zukov literally does not want to take a shit until, like, 5 minutes after wandering around the backyard. Which honestly pisses me off, because, like, why don't you just take your shit already? Like, I mean, sometimes, at least at this point, like, there's more of a reason why I might be a little bit more later, is because of this old dork. Like, sometimes he will legit, like, some mornings just be like, oh, I'm just gonna kind of piss here and there all over the place, and then, like, 5 minutes or, like, 10 minutes after wandering around, I'm gonna finally take my shit, and it's like, oh my god, dog. Like, I mean, I don't got time for this type of shit. I mean, but sometimes, that's just how he is. I mean, so it's like, sometimes not even always directly me and shit. Sometimes I'm like, alright, like, it's 5 till, before I have to get up there and shit, where I'll probably be more, like, maximum 5 minutes later, something like that. But no, Zukov would rather take, like, 10 or 15 minutes, make sure his business is all appropriately done, to his, to his time frame. And it's like, then I end up being more like 15 or 20 minutes late because of that stupid shit. It's like, it's just fucking dumb. But, yeah, the blame will be pinned for me and shit. And frankly, there are some times where it is honestly on me, and I will acknowledge that type of shit when it does. But, like, honestly, when there's an excuse and I'm actually, gonna, address it, be like, hey, this is, like, the reason for it, blah, 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 blah. Like, I do. Are you late every day? No. Like, honestly, because it was a mid-shift, I was a little bit for today. Like, I think 15 minutes over. But, like, for me, it's like, at least for me, as long as you're literally are, like, maximum, like, no later than, like, 15 minutes over, like, your scheduled shift and shit, I don't think it's a big deal. And it's like, honestly, me being a little bit late like that was not the thing that was addressed when I first walked in. It was the fact that I switched a mid-shift of somebody. That was the first thing that was bitched at me about. And it's just like, whoa. Like, I mean, hold up now. Like, I mean, this shit was supposed to have been cleared up, and the only reason why I came here is because I thought this has already been discussed with you. Because I wasn't the one who initially wanted, to do this. I kind of mentioned it as an off comment. And, the mid-shift for today was like, hey, do you want to take it? And I was like, well, hey, if you clear it up with the manager and, and it's all good, then sure, that's fine. That's fine with me if that's okay, for her and shit. And that was my assumption. So for me, at least, the incentive, to make sure that was okay was not on me. So I personally don't feel like I'm at fault for that type of shit. But yet, that was the first thing that was immediately blamed on me about, at least for today. And it's just like, and at least for the day before, I literally was like right on the dot. And, right at 3. I was scheduled for 3. I showed up directly right on 3. And like literally right on the dot. When I clocked in, it was like 3 and 30 seconds over or some shit. And then there was the day before that, it was like 5 minutes over. So no, definitely not. It's like it's literally just like one of those things where it happens like every now and then and shit, but it's like and she literally was like fucking going off about how like all the closers, all 3 of them, did not show up at 2 o'clock today. One of them at least, communicated and was addressing it, and being communicated with the manager, like saying, hey, I will be in at 3, because of X, Y, and Z. I don't know the details of that, but they communicated with the manager about it. But yeah, she was like, all fucking like, oh, fuck it, bleh, about it. So that didn't really matter to her mind. So it's just like, I mean, it's honestly, it's like, it's a lot of just two-faced bullshit. Like, sometimes it doesn't even matter if I'm late or not. Like, it'll just be like, just like other bullshit. Like, oh, you switched with somebody, or oh, because of other stuff, I'm gonna like kind of plop it on you, and it's like, oh my god. But because of that, then there'll be some shit that she wants to address to me about, then I start getting bitch ass. It's like, what the fuck? Like, I didn't walk in to suddenly get this shit. Like, especially today, I'm starting to realize how much of a two-face she really can be at times. And it's just like... it's like, ay, fucking yade, kodonim some of the kaki. It's... I definitely know, like, after today, like, a lot of the respect, it just kind of went, like, down a lot. And honestly, like, I definitely get kind of sick of fucking, some of the shit that they'll say about, like, when it comes to people that maybe don't work, so to speak, that use, a lot of, welfare programs and shit like that. We're like, oh, it's like, people that, don't work and do this, blah, 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 but, yet here I am. It's just like, man, it's like, I mean, like, it's like, my family's, on a lot of that shit, and they're barely fucking scraping it by as it is when it comes to that type of shit. I mean, it's like, what, you really think, like, it's all that fucking, like, Peachy Keen, where it's like, oh, easy ride type of stuff, be on that type of shit? No, it ain't. Like, I mean, the people that are using that type of shit are struggling just as much as we are, but, yeah, the difference is that they're not fucking wasting, their time away, being exploited for their fucking labor at these workplaces and shit. Because they realize it's fucked, and they don't want to go for it anymore. I mean, it's just like... it's like, what, you can't see it? I mean, fuck. I mean, it's just like, really, if it wasn't just for my own personal ethics, like, I'd fucking do it. Like, why, would I waste my time, slaving away my labor for that type of shit, where I'm, even amongst my own compatriots, I'm being fucking hell underpaid. It's like, pfft. Like, if anything, I got some of the most incentive to, get into unemployment than anyone there. So, but yet, I don't. But it's like, but even then, do you think it'd just be easy ride, for me if I did? No, it wouldn't. Even then, it wouldn't be fucking permanent. It'd be temporary. I think a maximum would only last, like, what, 3 months? Or some shit? Dude, off. What are you doing?
Probably the door.
Goofball. I mean, honestly, it's just like, thinking about it, especially with the whole attendance shit, it's just like, I'm not even, like, the worst one with it, and if anything, like, I'm the least of the concerns about it when it comes to the whole attendance issue. Because, like, fuck, there are so many people who literally just call in all the time, every fucking week, who, like, will show up an hour plus late. And yet the worst that I ever do is show up maybe like 20 or 30 minutes late here and there. And that's here and there, not constantly. Like, the worst, like, honestly, on average, the worst I'm ever at is like 10, 15 minutes late. Like, and again, like, that's never the biggest issue outside of, like, you know, hey, we're heavily understaffed and, you know, we really need to be here at this exact time and blah, blah, blah. Like, outside of, you know, the heavily understaffed, you know, issues and shit, which were, at least are adapting and able to manage with that type of shit, at least at this point a little bit, plus we're kind of getting some, you know, more people a little bit. Well, not anymore, because one of them walked out over some other bullshit a couple days ago, and another one has COVID, so we're not going to be able to see that guy for like another week or so. It's just like, oh my god. So, I mean, when it comes to new people, we're still having some issues with that, but at least we have a regiment where we're, at least with our current crew, we're able to at least be efficient enough. Wait, what's this? Some interesting and unexpected points from Kotek. If elected governor, Kotek says she intends to use her bully pulpit to fight back against the historic number of anti-LGBT bills circulating in state legislatures throughout the country. Kotek added that she believes the problems that this slate of the legislation aims to solve are manufactured to distract Americans from more pressing issues such as healthcare costs and inflation. Fuck yeah. Honestly, like, I mean, even though I voted for Michael Trimble during the primaries, like, honestly, like, the only reason why I did is because I kind of felt comfortable that Tina Kotek was going to win. Like, that's honestly the only reason why I did, because, like, I kind of felt comfortable that in comparison to random schmuck boy Tobias Reed, like, you know, he's kind of a schmuck boy, like, outside of being, oh, he was the treasurer that one time. I mean, for, like, a term or two or some shit, like, or 3 terms or something like that. I think it was at least 2, but, like, I mean, outside of that, like, I mean, who gave a fuck about him? You know, really honestly, like, oh, he was the treasury that one time. You know, that's basically all the people thought about him. That's what I thought, at least. So, like, and honestly, no one really gave an iota of fuck about him. Honestly, there's more talk about just, like, to get rid of Kate Brown more than anything. I'm going to vote Kotek in general. Same here. I mean, I personally will. I wasn't comfortable. I was surprised that Kotek won overwhelming. I thought it was going to be close. Yeah, honestly, I did too. But I had a kind of a gut feeling that Kotek was going to win, and I kind of felt comfortable, you know, not necessarily voting for her, just because I kind of felt like, you know, yeah, at least so far, you know, or at least initially, I didn't necessarily trust her as much, but now that she's in the general, and she's kind of, you know, going a little bit more hands-on now, and starting to kind of show some of her colors, like, I'm like, okay, you know, I actually, you know, I don't know. She actually might vibe with me. I might like that. Let's see what she can do. I'm willing to vote for it. I would have been more likely to vote for Kotek if she did an interview before the primary. Sure. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I mean, well, maybe that's kind of why she waited, because she already had a assumption that she was going to have a comfortable win, and thus, you know, once she gets into that general nominee, thus, like, she's going to have kind of that close primary Democratic support by that notion. Well, not even that, but just kind of across the board. So she'll, you know, at that point, she's a lot more able to be more open and be a little bit more of a bully pulpit at that rate. Because then she doesn't have to necessarily rely on close primary Democrat votes. She can rely on also other votes, like from the Green Party, Progressive parties, the Working Family Party, shit like that. She can rely on other votes at that point. And if she already won overwhelmingly with Democrats, I mean, the smaller, while maybe not as influential parties, I mean, if she loses a couple votes here and there with the Democrats because she gets a little bit more radical, she'll be able to regain it with a lot of these more factional party votes, like with some of these more, not as influential, but at least more smaller parties, like of the Green Party. At least, like, when it comes to, you know, the more minor parties, at least in Oregon, the Green Party and the Libertarian Party, which I guess nationally are also the same way, are some of the more influential ones here. So, at least when it comes to the Green Party, she would definitely have their vote. At least for the most part. So, I don't know. I mean, honestly, now hearing her as it stands now, like, I actually do kind of have a little bit more of a trust in her, because I know she's, you know, been pro-worker and, you know, like, about, you know, trying to, you know, like, redistribute the wealth towards the poor and actually, you know, legitimately help the lower-class strata in the state. So, I mean, at least I know at the end of the day that her heart's in the right place, or at least she's advocating that. So, and if she's willing to, you know, legitimately be a bully pulpit about it, well, let's put you to the test. And goddamn, son, strategically placed fart. But honestly, I mean, yeah, I'm willing to put her to the test. Let's see if she can actually fucking walk the walk as much as she talks it. Because, like I said, the only reason why I voted for Trimble and not for her initially is because, again, I kind of felt comfortable that she was going to win it. I mean, because, again, if, like, the two main frontrunners was her and Tobias Reed, like, honestly, like, I was thinking about it, like, you know, before it, you know, when voting, at least initially, it was just like, who gives a fuck about Tobias Reed? Like, I mean, honestly, like, I don't think anyone uttered his name, while at least, you know, in my workplace, at least I heard Kinotoka, I think at least once between, like, a conversation between, you know, like, I think some customers or something like that. I don't even think with coworkers. But, either way, it's just like, at least I heard something with Kotek versus Reed. So, that there was at least, you know, some idea that, okay, she's probably got it. And, well, she did. So, let's see if she can walk the walk as much as talk it. And since she's the nominee, guarantee she's going to win. So, let's see what she can do. Let's see if she actually means it as much as fucking, you know, says it. Because I will say, at least Oregon's one of the rare states that, especially locally, will have at least politicians that will walk the walk as much as talk it. Like the mayor in Milwaukee, for example. Like, he didn't just walk the walk, he fucking talked it. I mean, he was, like, all across the board. Like, he actually fucking implemented some shit that he was wanting to push, and he got through. I mean, that's why he's, you know, the nominee for the 41st state representative seat. So, because he actually has a background of, like, yeah, not only am I an advocate for this shit, but I have a background of actually pushing it. So at least we're in a state that actually has politicians that are actually, weirdly, as an exemption of the rule, worth the fuck. Because usually there's a lot of the direct action that builds up, you know, to have, you know, these type of people in place to actually enact some change and make things, you know, for the better. At least in the short term, the roads around here suck immense balls. But that's just because there's long-term improvement to make sure the infrastructure around here is actually better. So, I mean, either way, it's a good thing. And it's actually one thing that was, like, one of his points. So it's like, yeah, I want to improve the infrastructure around here. And as a result, there's some going on around here. I mean, it's taken a while, but at the very least, you know, hey, it's happening, and it's going down. And it's at least going to be until, like, around June through September when it's going to be completed. So I know there's at least a time frame on it. So, hey, it's only a matter of time until it's done. And when it's done, it's going to be so much better. Honestly, the roads are going to at least be a little bit more safer, especially when it comes to, like, you know, people and shit. So, you can't tell Greg Abbott isn't the best candidate for president. I must trust the Kappa. Yes, please trust the Kappa. Please trust it immensely. Because he's just an utter worthless cretin. Is a good candidate for president of Ted Cruz's boot. I mean, he's just another typical Republican corporatist. I mean, and that's honestly why, you know, I would be interested in having, like, a gubernatorial mansion invite, you know, or some shit just because my family happens to go along and I just tag along. Because honestly, it's just like, I mean, I want to see what fucking worthless corporatist nonsense, at least on the Republican side, is being talked about. It'd be a very interesting eye-opener. I mean, I already have kind of like a little tiny sneak peek a little bit when it came to like my granddad on my dad's side. But, I mean, you know, outside of that, I mean, it's like, I don't have like the actual like, you know, inside look of what it is. Jesus Christ, I can literally hear that radio from here. A straight Grey Gaboot. Grey Gaboot. Yeah, honestly, Grey Gabbett is definitely a massive boot. Because he's all about the boot. Like, that dude definitely deserves nothing but public scorn. Like, straight up. Fuck you, dude.
I threw away my...
Get your own damn garbage can, boy. This is nonsense.
Well,
Sneaking in on my shit, adding to the pile. What the fuck? Only I can add.
Last tray, I usually empty that when I take the cat litter out.
Only I could fucking add to that pile, bitch. I don't stand for your excuses. I don't stand for none of that bullshit. Marjorie Green goes viral for saying something stupid again. Unironically, she's mildly illiterate. I'm gonna say it again. Marjorie Taylor Greene is literally mildly illiterate. She is no proper education. A leftist made a runoff for president of Colombia. Based. What's his name? Sounds based. Is Colombia actually going to become a base fucking, like, awesome place to, you know, potentially go? Instead of a cartel run shithole? I mean, I guess Colombia wasn't really that, but I know Medellin and, I think Cali. I think those two cities are still kind of like cartel fucking, you know, places and shit where you want to kind of avoid. But, like, from my understanding, certain parts of rural Colombia are still pretty chill and shit like that. So, like, I mean, from my understanding, like, there's definitely places in Colombia that are actually pretty safe and pretty okay to be in.
Use pouches or...
But, I mean, when it comes to, but at least when it comes to, like, you know, certain places within Colombia, like, you know, you want to fucking avoid because, you know, cartel country and shit. But, you know, at least when it comes to a lot of places, and, from my understanding, it's actually pretty safe at this point. More so than Mexico, from my, you know, again, from my understand. But here, I guess before this Marjorie Green bullshit, let's check this out. Alright, so who is it? The guy with the fucking cool glasses or the other dude that looks... What is this? Go away. Yeah, don't sell my bullshit. Yeah, like, can I click that? Thank you. Colombia presidential election, leftist former guerrilla and populist outsider head to run off. A former guerrilla? Rivals Gustavo Petro will face Rodolfo Hernandez on June 19th amid growing discontent over inequality and inflation. So who's who? Gustavo Petro, a leftist former guerrilla and one-time mayor of Bogota, won the largest share of the vote with 40%, but fell short of 50% required to win outright and prevent a second round. Petro's rival in the runoff will be Rodolfo Hernandez, a business magnate and social media firebrand who's viewed as a conservative populist. So a Trump guy, basically, like a Trumpian style, like a Colombian version of Trump. Or Elon Musk. Dude, hell involved. Dude, if he's a former guerrilla, then, dude, this guy is picked up in Kalashnikov and fucking, like, you know, fought for the people of Colombia, dude. Like, this guy's a partisan. I don't know who's who in the pictures, but I'm imagining the guy on the left is probably, Gustavo. For some reason, the guy on the right rubs me the wrong way, so I'm imagining he's the business magnate. The guy on the left, he has some cool glasses and it looks kind of lit. It kind of looks like a dude I would want to, like, listen to, you know, ponder about shit. But the guy on the right, he rubs me the wrong way. He looks uncanny. He looks like the business fucking parasite that he is. But if not, then I kind of feel like, wow, my radar on who's, you know, kind of cool to look at and versus not is all off. So who's who? Oh, wait. Oh. It looks like Gustavo is the guy with the glasses. This Colombian's left time come at last as ex-rebel closes on presidency. And it shows the guy with the glasses. So, yeah, so the guy who's the former guerrilla is the dude with the glasses. So my assumptions are correct. The dude is actually kind of cool. Fuck yeah. Former guerrilla, like, direct, like, not just, you know, direct action, but, like, literal radical militant agitation and, you know, fucking direct action shit. I mean, fuck it, dude. You know he would actually, you know, legitimately do shit. Like, he would actually fucking walk the walk as much as talk it.
Very bad because Bill Gates wants you to eat his fake meat that grows in a peach tree dish.
Okay, Republican.
Wait. Did I hear that right? Bill Gates wants you to eat his fake meat from a peach tree dish? Specifically, a peach tree dish. Peach tree. Not a petri dish. Like a petri dish or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, a peach tree dish.
That'd be like a cobbler or something like that.
Yeah, like, I mean, does sushi like petri dish? Like, yeah.
Dish.
What?
Petri dish.
Petri.
Peach tree dish.
Yeah, petri.
Peach tree would be something more like a nice peach cobbler.
Yeah. Peach tree, I mean, she is from Georgia. But she's also, like, legitimately partially illiterate. Like, I honestly am legitimately convinced of that. She's not literate. At least, you know, mildly illiterate.
Going to play this. She's discussing government surveillance, which is an issue, but not quite the way she is discussing it.
You have to accept the fact that the government totally wants to provide surveillance on every part of your life. They want to know when you're eating. They want to know if you're eating a cheeseburger, which is very bad because Bill Gates wants you to eat his fake meat that grows in a Peachtree dish. So you'll probably get a little zap inside your body and that say, no, don't eat a real cheeseburger. You need to eat the fake burger, the fake meat from Bill Gates. They probably also want to know when you go to the bathroom and if your bowel movements are on time or consistent.
She's in the House of Representatives in Congress. I unironically think she's partially illiterate and legitimately, to some degree, mentally challenged. I unironically believe that. Like, and there's nothing that will fucking convince me otherwise. I don't give a fuck what you fucking throw at me. Babble movements. The fuck she's squawking. Again, dude, I unironically think she's illiterate. Like, at best, mildly illiterate, where she understands, like, elementary school basic, like, grammar and language. But beyond that, nothing more. Like, I mean, honestly, I legitimately think Marjorie Taylor Greene is illiterate. Like, she cannot fucking read. She cannot fucking write. She doesn't know what grammar is. She literally just, like, understands how to speak, and that's about it. Like, beyond that, I don't even know, dude. They're always a disaster. No, that's a speech. She made a speech. Like, no, they let her do speeches and all this other shit when she's legitimately illiterate. Like, she thought Pelosi had a gazpacho police, and she was just like, oh, actually, I meant, something, different. That was a Freudian slip. And it's like, no, you're not. You're illiterate. You don't know the difference between Gestapo and gazpacho? Gestapo is very different from gazpacho. Like, oh my god. Like, I mean, the only way that can be explained is either you're high as fuck or you're illiterate. And she's not high as fuck on weed. She's illiterate.
Managed to get dumber and dumber every time I see her.
Because she's illiterate!
I covered a few weeks ago, maybe last month. She was discussing Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho police.
Yeah!
Now we have Nancy Pelosi's gazpacho police.
And then she came out later saying, oh, yeah, I misspoke. I knew it wasn't gazpacho. But then you go ahead and say peach tree dish. Peach tree.
It's a petri dish.
Let me just play that part again to be very clear that she said peach tree dish.
Peach tree dish. Peach tree. Peach tree. Peach tree dish.
Peach tree dish.
Yeah, she literally said peach tree. Should I be high as fuck on meth? You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough.
It wasn't even the dumbest part of that clip. She's talking about how the government wants to track you eating cheeseburgers because they want you to have Bill Gates' fake meat. Good God.
Does Bill Gates have like a fucking vegan meat company or something? Is this like some newer information that I'm not aware of? Because as far as I know, there's like companies like Beyond Meat and shit like that. But I don't think Bill Gates is invested in any of it. I don't think he owns any of it either. Like, he might have like some stock in like, some vegan companies like Beyond Meat or some shit. But he does not own like them whatsoever. Like, he has like I guess depending on how you view it, at best or at worst, he has some stock shares in fucking these companies. Like, but that's about it. Still, an 8-year-old on meth would give a more inspiring speech. Unironically, you're not even wrong at all. Like, literally, on every metric of reality and how the laws of the universe work, like, that would be true. Maybe Grain has the itching for Gates' tiny dong. Probably. Maybe. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick again. I'll be right back. I'll keep playing.
FBI actually has done, and I'm sure she doesn't care at all about this.
Hey, baby.
FBI documents expose Bureau's big January 6th lie. The Bureau says it lacked the authority to monitor social media activity ahead of the pro-Trump insurrection, but it did exactly that during 2020 racial justice and police violence protests. So there's a lot of reporting on this. From The Intercept here, FBI tracked an activist involved with Black Lives Matter as they traveled across the U.S. Documents show documents obtained by The Intercept indicate that the FBI surveilled Black Lives Matter activists and that the Department of Homeland Security drafted a mysterious race paper. So I will link to all this below the video if you want to read through more of this, but this is well documented. The ACLU even filed a lawsuit over this, So on March 21st, 2019, the American Civil Liberties Union and Media Justice, formerly known as Center for Media Justice, filed a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit seeking records about FBI targeting of black activists. The lawsuit enforces the ACLU and Media Justice's right to information about a 2017 FBI intelligence assessment that asserts without evidence that a group of so-called black identity extremists poses a threat of domestic terrorism. The intelligence assessment was widely disseminated to law enforcement agencies nationwide, raising public concern about government surveillance of black people and black-led organizations based on anti-black stereotypes and First Amendment protected activities. This is an actual issue. Not tracking your cheeseburgers or your bowel movements. I forgot to mention that one. What do you say to someone like this? It's so stupid. And this woman votes on bills. She represents...
Well, hey, we got to make sure that legislation to stop those Israeli Jewish space lasers from causing fucking wildfires in California are stopped immediately. I remember... Does anyone even remember that? Oh my god. She literally thought the wildfires in California were literally caused by Jewish space lasers. God, what an illiterate fucking dumb bitch, dude.
Where can we get some of those?
I know, I want some Israeli Jewish space lasers. Like, where can I get those? Like, I want some. That sounds awesome. Second Amendment, baby, let's go. Just replace these grifters for Fortnite kids. I mean, in a weird way, I feel like, you know, we would have, like, a better outcome in society than that. You know, like, we would. Like, we would have a better society than what we got going on now. Like, unironically. These days, like, Jesus Christ. I feel like Fortnite kids would literally be a better option. Look at you, little sweet boy. Sweet boys who call for such a sweet doge. Look at you. You'll be unironically vote for Medicare for all in between matches. Yeah, they probably would. Because they want to make sure that their healthcare, when it comes to like the massive zits on their ass from sitting all day, and from fucking, like, you know, the weird acne and the fucking overweightness and all the fucking weird cholesterol buildup they get from Taco Bell and McDonald's. Like, yeah, they're gonna want the healthcare. I mean, if gamers are already starting to fucking unionize and it's already been successful twice, like, bruh. Ass zits, let me fuck. Yeah, that's, you don't know that? Yeah, you didn't know? That's a thing. Yeah, like, I mean, every now and then, you know, sometimes you get a zit on the ass. Yeah, you didn't know that's a thing? Yeah, sometimes it happens. Like, yeah. Yeah, you didn't know? Are you just one of those dudes who are lucky that's never had, like, zits anywhere on your body, like, ever? Because I've had them on my legs, I've had them there, I've had them on my, like, fucking, you know, face and shit. Is that a side effect of poop socking? I never heard of acids. No. Like, honestly, they happen just because if you, like, you're very sweaty, or if you sit frequently, or, like, I mean, honestly, like, there's different ways it can happen. I mean, sometimes it could just literally be an ingrown hair because there's, you know, especially if you're a male, like, chances are there's going to be hair on your cheeks and shit like that down there. So, I mean, you know, sometimes it might be an ingrown hair. Like, there's variables that are at play to where something like that can happen. I mean, honestly, chances are you probably had one and never knew it. I mean, you know, sometimes they just go unnoticed. But every now and then you might get one that's a little noticeable. You're like, oh shit, what's that, like, rare, like, sensitive little spot? What the fuck? And you feel it's like, oh shit, there's like a little zit down there. I mean, you know, like, I remember one time Harley got one on, like, his inner thigh that was, like, so fucking gnarly that I not only heard it, but it was literally, like, a 10-foot projectile that literally, like, launched somewhere, and I don't even know where it went. Literally don't even know where it went. Like, and, I mean, and, oh, God, I'll save the TMI. Like, I'm not gonna go any further. But like, it was just so gnarly. Oh my god. Now I'm just realizing my mom has such a weird, unironically, a fucking fetish over shit like that. And it's just like, what the fuck? Because I remember telling her about that. She's like, oh, tell me more. It's like, no. Like, I literally told no further than what I said. I'm like, no. It's gross. It's disturbing. And honestly, I was shocked that, like, you know, such a thing can happen on one person's leg. Where it's like you have such an intense thing where it's like an artillery fucking cannon just like... I mean, sometimes there's things about, like, the natural world that surprise me still to this day. It's like, I don't want to know that, but yet I experienced and witnessed it. It's like, shit, I don't want that. Like Zukov when he was constipated. That was the worst experience I've ever seen, because he literally recoiled, like, inches forward, like a project, like, I was like, what the fuck? It's like, damn, I didn't realize nature could have such power within Zukov like that. It's like, man. It's like, there's just some things about the world where I'm just like, I wish I didn't know that such powers existed, but yet, the realm of the law of physics, let it be so. It's like, no. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, there's just some shit about nature and about, like, biology that's, like, outright fucking rank and disgusting as fuck, man. There's just some shit about biology and nature that's just, like, ugh, repulsive, man. It's like, what the fuck? Like, obviously I could go down the list of the shit, but I'm just gonna save it. I'm not gonna even bother. What are you even doing, bro? You angsty little bastard. Honestly, like, nature will never cease to surprise me. I think this kind of summary of everything here. Like, honestly. No matter what, somehow nature will legit never cease to surprise me of some of the disturbing wonders it lies behold underneath its wonders. Plenty of cool shit, but at the same time, it's like, oh god. There's some repulsive, horrible things about you. Got, like, the cutest, like, chillest motherfuckers, like capybaras. You got the most repulsivest things, like fucking, like, horseflies, where, like, their larvae will, like, be in your skin and shit, and all this other goddamn, ugh. It's like, what the fuck, man? Nature is a fucking enigma of just disturbing anomalies in beauty. At the same time, it's just like, what the hell? Why is nature the way it is sometimes? Zukov, what are you trying to do, dude? Whatever you're trying to do, I don't think you're going to be able to achieve any success. What are you doing? You're not going to achieve success, whatever you're trying to do, bro. Like, honestly. Oh, psycho man. Ben Shapiro's down bad. Wait, what? It's an Hassan video. What did Ben Shapiro do this time? Instead of being, and honestly, I can already guess it's being a parasitical fucking scumfuck. But let's see the details of what this parasitical infection is this time.
Edition. And they usually have multiple cover models, and one is sort of the woke cover model. So they'll have like a couple of actual models, and then they'll have like a transgender woman, like a biological male who...
Wait, okay, hold on. I already have issues with this. Oh my god, okay, it's Ben Shapiro, so obviously it was going to be from the get-go, but like, what's the difference between a normal or regular model versus like a trans model or a male model or whatever the fuck? Like, a model is a model is a model. Like, if someone's gonna do modeling, then by definition they're a model. Like, what, huh?
And a bunch of surgeries and looks a lot like a female. That's what they did last year. This year...
Yeah, gender-affirming surgery and also, like, Photoshop procedures famously don't exist outside of trans women, specifically, especially in modeling. That's awesome. He's so transphobic that he's just basically just, like, forgetting that it's an incredibly important part of, like, presentation in this sector.
They went woke and native.
Oh, by the way, fun fact, but the number one foe of trans people, after me, of course, because I'm an LGBT foe, is Joe Rogan, who also quite literally talks about gender confirmation, gender-affirming hormones that he has taken throughout his like mid-30s all the way to now. That is testosterone replacement therapy.
Yeah.
Testosterone replacement therapy is a type of hormone replacement therapy. Joe Rogan is a big proponent, a big advocate of testosterone replacement therapy. He loves
Which is something that female to male transgender people will be taking, by the way. Because obviously, you know, if they identify as male, that would be something that they would be taking. So when it comes to hormonal replacement therapy, HRT, Joe Rogan selectively is actually in favor of it, despite, you know, being an anti-trans person, fucking parasitical, fucking transphobe garbage fuck. I mean, Squeaky Benjamin is the one who wants huge government balls down people's pants. Yeah. Because he basically wants a hyper-Zionistic, apartheid-endorsing, fucking hyper-American, Zionistic, fucking centric, you know, American military-industrial complex corporate state that's, you know, pro-fracking or pro-oil industrial complex and pro-great replacement theory garbage shit, you know, to essentially be the dominant, you know, societal norm in the United States. Like, he's... you know, one of these fucking Judeo-Christians without being Christian. Like, he's just Judeo, really, at that point, by being a hyper-Zionistic motherfucker, you know, in the way he is. I mean, it's just like, I mean, I wonder why, you know, it's just like you happen to have such a hyper-Zionist, you know, not just Zionistic fucking, you know, view, but a very hyper-conservative, pro-evangelical Christian view when it comes to a lot of things culturally in this country. Extinction Rebellion has protest attempt to shut down Zenith Oil in Portland, June 4th at noon. If I don't have that day, I might call in sick that day. Just because I want to fucking partake of something like that. It's been a while since I've been in a protest, man. I really want to go. It's been a while. Been too long, man. Too long. I mean, I'm a class 4 vet, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'll come out of retirement, so to speak, right? I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not necessarily a class 4 vet. I'm a class 4 service member. Yeah, as it stands, you know, to this day. And I'm going to keep being that way, at least, you know, until I actually have to retire. I guess at that point, I'd be a vet.
Time. So miss me with this bullshit, okay? It's not just trans people that are doing like gender-affirming hormone therapy or gender-affirming therapy in any way. Joe Rogan is trans-mask. What the?
This might be the last time where they built a garden over the railroad tracks to stop oil cars. Honestly, I will be down to bring tools to help, like, you know, take apart some of the railroad. In Minecraft. I should clarify for YouTube standards, in Minecraft, in Grand Theft Auto, and Roblox. I mean, it's just like, honestly, like, hell. I mean, I'll literally help in any way I fucking can to use it, you know, to make sure that shit gets stifled. Fuck yeah. It's like, hey, I got tools, you know, to... Nah, fuck Zenith. I mean, yes, but I gotta at least, you know, have some... I gotta make sure YouTube doesn't fucking, you know, get too hardcore on me, you know what I mean? I can't be too directly much of an advocate for certain things, you know, due to TOS. So, Minecraft, Roblox, you know, it's fun games, you know? Like, there's a lot of different games where people do different things, you know, with servers that they build. Like, I mean... It doesn't have to be, you know, all, like, you know, radical stuff, but, you know, every now and then people make servers where you can do really cool things, like, you know, build a server where a few people and, you know, a couple, you know, have, like, a bunch of, like, you know, wealth and shit, and you just kind of, like, you know, radically usurp the wealth and power that those type of people have on the server. I mean, Minecraft can be fun that way, you know what I'm saying? Wink, wink. But that's why I take kind of the Derek Jensen philosophy about it. It's like, you know, I mean, it's like, I mean, you know, like, it's not like his words verbatim, but it's like, you know, walk a walk and talk a talk, but, you know, all that shit, but, like, you know, you're not really actually, like, you know, doing the action unless you're blowing out the fucking Iron Gate. And by what he means by that is things like dams and, you know, a lot of the fucking, you know, hyper fucking exploitative infrastructure that, you know, destroys the environment and shit like that. So, you know, it's like, if anything, I kind of take a very staunch Derek Jensen approach when it comes to that type of shit. So, not only am I willing to place a garden, you know, in that shit, but I'll do anything and everything to make sure that those railroads are fucking, you know, need to be, you know, seriously repaired very significantly.
Just wait, what is the term? I don't want to fuck this up. Isn't it called, like...
Is there a Telegram where I can, like, you know, potentially help organize a little bit about that, by the way? Because, you know, I'm just saying. Don't say it here, though, but, you know, like, if there is, you know, let me know privately.
Boy modding is when you're, like, an assigned male at birth, a trans woman, but you're, like, trying to go under the radar, right? That's, like, I forget sometimes. Boy modding? Isn't that how you say it? Oh, it's boy moding? Wait, doesn't
You just heard about it? Well, if you happen to maybe see someone who might know a little bit about it, or maybe someone who's an organizer on it, you know, I don't know, see what you can find, you know, because if so, then legit, like, I'll see what I have around here, and, you know, like, if it comes, especially when it comes to, like, planting a garden over railroad tracks, I'm sure that's the least of what they want to do. I'm sure they got other ideas. So, I kind of want to help pitch in. You know? Like I said, I'm a class war service member, not just a fucking vet.
Hey, boy modding, though? Like you're modding? Like you're modifying? That's what I thought. That's how I read it. Okay, alright.
Different way. They decided that they were going to put a rather large woman on the cover of Sports Illustrated. Her name is Yumi Nu.
Boy mode is not TRT, please stop. Lol. No, it's not. I understand that. I'm just saying that Joe Rogan does, unironically, do gender-affirming therapy. He literally takes TRT and is very famously an advocate for TRT. That is...
There's literally, like, I think a compilation video or two about that.
Gender-affirming hormone therapy. That's straight up the truth. And the reason why I mention this is because, like, I need people to understand that, like, you know, trans people are doing the same shit that he's doing, but when he does it, it's seen as normal. But when trans people do it, everyone's like, whoa, chill the fuck out. TRT or HRT, testosterone replacement therapy, is a type of hormone replacement therapy. Like, it's still gender-affirming therapy. That's what it is. Just like when women go and get, like, a boob job or whatever, or when men can also do, like, Botox or whatever, like... People engage in, like, gender-affirming therapy or, like, surgeries all the time.
Honestly, I'm just kind of thinking about Rammstein's music video, Zigzag. Because it kind of, you know, talks about this a little bit in the music video and the song itself. Like, because it's basically about these type of people, kind of like Joe Rogan and some of these people who want to do like massive gender reaffirming type of shit, where it's like, hey, I want to try to like, you know, reach my kind of peak form, and even if I have to basically like not just do, you know, some basic, you know, plastic surgery type shit, but even like go as far as to essentially just kind of outright mutilate your body. I mean, like, it is like the song basically kind of talks about the, you know, the spectrum of when it comes to, you know, this type of shit, whether it's like on a more softer level when it comes to people who are just happen to be trans and shit like that, to the people who are like so hyper obsessive about, you know, being affirmed into whatever gender norm that they are, whether male or female or otherwise and shit. Like, take so much plastic surgery and take it to such a fucking extreme that if anything, it looks uncanny valley and more horrifying than anything else. I mean, it's like, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking about that a little bit. Just because, I mean, it just kind of, you know, speaks a lot to this type of bullshit where it's just like, oh, you know, my, you know, testosterone replacement therapy on being like, you know, a swole fit dude and basically doing, you know, like borderline steroids and shit like that. And I think Joe Rogan actually has taken steroids in the past before and shit. You know, and like amongst that, like a lot of different dudes who are like hyper masculine and all this other shit will do shit like this. And it's just like, I mean, how is this any different, you know, to someone who's trans, you know, wanting to, you know, fit more to the norm that they personally feel like they are comfortable with? It's just that these, you know, people obviously are not trans, but yet want to feel more comfortable with how their body is and perceive themselves as, which that's really the root of how, like, how's it different? Like, I mean, if you're trying to achieve, like, you know, what you personally feel like your body is and how you feel comfortable with and shit, you know, then how is a trans person trying to achieve that same fucking thing, you know, when you goddamn different? Like, seriously. Like, how is it? Oh, because they do a lot more changes and different, you know, things to their own body versus you? Is that it? Because, oh, if that's the case, then cry me a fucking river, you little pussy.
That. Just people are so blind to this, they can't recognize it. Yeah, it's like a mind-boggling thing when you think about it, because you're like, you're conditioned into thinking that that's normal and the other is not. But it's the same thing.
I know someone who might be like that a little bit, honestly. I mean, I think you do too, Rip.
Shaking over the SI swimsuit cover reveal. According to the New York Post, last week, model Yumi Nu visited her agent for what she thought was a routine interview and career check-in. While she was answering questions earnestly, my agents were in on this little plan, the 25-year-old told the Post. Midway through the interview, Sports Illustrated swimsuit honcho MJ Day and other staffers from the Bikini Bible popped out with the camera crew as the cover of this year's magazine.
I missed this, sorry. Here, let me go back a little bit.
Also do like Botox or whatever. Like, people engage in like gender affirming therapy or like surgeries all the time, hair transplants, things like that.
Hey,
just people are so blind to this, they can't recognize it. Yeah, it's like a mind-boggling thing when you think about it, because you're like, you're conditioned into thinking that that's normal and the other is not, but it's the same shit.
And she's...
I kind of feel like that sounds somebody who's a little similar, who's a little familiar in my mind, that you and I might know, like within our friend group. When it comes to the whole, like, you know, oh, you know, this thing is normal, but this type of shit isn't. When it comes to things like, you know, HRT and things like when it comes to transgenderism, but when it comes to, like, you know, men who take, you know, testosterone replacement therapy and shit like that, it's seen as kind of normal and fine and all that type of shit. That's what I was kind of saying. When I was like, I think you know what I mean. You know, because I kind of, like, at least for me, it's like, I feel like, you know, one of our buddies, you know, kind of seems to kind of fit in that a little bit.
Over the SI swimsuit cover reveal. According to the New York Post, last week, model Yumi Nu visited her agent for what she thought was a routine interview and career check-in. While she was answering questions earnestly, my agents were in on this little plan, the 25-year-old told the Post. Midway through the interview, Sports Illustrated swimsuit honcho MJ Day and other staffers from the Bikini Bible popped out with the camera crew as the cover of this year's magazine, featuring Nu, filled a nearby monitor. I was processing the surprise of it not being a real interview, and this was actually the SI cover reveal. I could not speak. I had full body chills. I was shaking. I was crying. They really got me good. So she's a plus-sized model. By plus size model, we mean that she is somewhat heavy. And she's not like morbidly obese. But she is also not skinny or in shape.
Wait. Is this progress? Wait, hold up. Dude, I feel like 60.
She's not like morbidly obese, but hey, she's not skinny or fat.
I would never say that. Wait, that's actually crazy. I'm actually surprised. Like, he had to concede that she's not, like, morbidly obese or whatever the fuck. I feel like that's where it was, like, 2015. Like, people should be like, oh, you're not a size 0, you're a pig! Or you're so fat!
Is it?
It's like, oh my god, you're literally are 5 pounds overweight. You're literally a most obese, unhealthy piece of shit ever, and you need to lose, like, 80 pounds of weight, you worthless fat fuck. It's like, oh my god, I'm literally like 5 pounds overweight, like you worthless scumfuck, you parasite.
Should, for health reasons, drop some weight. And that's just the reality of the situation.
Ben Shapiro, whatever your body weight is, you need to literally drop all the pounds of your body weight and just fucking, actually get a little bit more healthy, Ben. Like, if anyone needs to lose some body weight, it's you. And you need to lose 100% of your body weight, bitch. So, like, I'll be more healthier, not just for you, but literally for the rest of goddamn fucking humanity, you worthless... Oh, my God. Like... I think out of all the commentators, like, if there's anyone that actually, outside of maybe, like, Tucker Carlson or some shit, like, if there's any motherfucker that I actually, like, unironically, like, kind of, like, hate, it's just Ben Shapiro. It's like, you fucking worthless cretin. Like, I actually hate you, worthless fucking parasite fuck. You actual fucking cockroach. Like, you motherfucker, you.
Health problem you have. If you had a relative who looked like this.
Oh, well, hey, if I had somebody that I knew in real life that looked like you, like, unironically, I would hate fuck the shit out of them. And you know what? And, like, honestly, maybe that's why I kind of hate you a little bit, because I want to hate fuck you, Ben. Like, you need to be fucking dominated to shit, you worthless motherfucker. Like, you know what? That's probably it. So, I mean, because you literally look like a goddamn twink. So it's like, I mean, you're already halfway there. You just need to get dominated by like a bear, more or less. Like, I mean, me, I'm like 1/8 of what you deserve to be dominated by, motherfucker. So, I mean, it's like, like some muscular, like, Bolshevik fucking, like, hairy-ass bear of a man needs to, like, twink your fucking little bussy out, bitch.
Probably needed to drop a little bit of weight, and presumably there's a young, healthy 25-year-old woman. There is no reason why she couldn't drop a little bit of weight if she wanted to, but the idea here is to redefine beauty.
If anything, I want her to gain weight. I know who she's talking about. Yuri Muno, or I think her name was, that you keep saying. Like, I mean, it's like the cover where she's like, I mean, honestly, she's like, like, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much a perfect size. Like, I mean, her belly is like, damn, I want to, like, snuggle up next to that belly. I want to, like, kind of cuddle up with that and, like, give that belly some kisses and shit like that. Like, I mean, like, if anything, she's attractive as fuck. Like, she's not overweight. She's, like, a pretty decent size. If anything, I wouldn't mind if she, kind of chopped up a little bit more. As far as I'm concerned, like, boo. Fuck you. Like, oh, she needs to gain. It's like, if anything, she needs to gain, like, maybe, I don't know, like 5 or 10 more. As far as I'm concerned.
Left is all about these days, what Sports Illustrated is doing. And the idea here is that if you mention this, if you notice it, it's bad. So this is the stupid game that the left loves to play. Stupid, stupid game. What they do is they do something that is deliberately shocking and provocative. Then, when you comment on it, they say, how dare you even notice? How dare you even notice?
I don't give a fuck that you notice about, like, different shit. I give a fuck that you're just such a worthless, insecure, sexually fucking worthless cretin that you have to fucking subject it on everybody else. That's really what the fuck the problem is. Zukov, you are also the problem. Like, what are you doing? Arrgh. Stop it.
Provocative. have you looked outside? You live in fucking Florida. You're like skinnier than 90% of the women at Walmart, and you're over here being like, aha, it's so provocative. It's like, dude, how about, having some normal people? Don't you feel like that in and of itself is the weird situation that like not a single person looks like the cover model or looks like the marketing in America? Like, obviously there are systemic problems. Obviously obesity is a problem. Obesity is a problem. Okay, health complications do arise.
It is.
Not wrong
Sure.
on that. That's pretty obvious stuff. Okay, it's pretty basic stuff. It's caused by systemic inequalities. It's caused by the fact that, like, in America, our capitalist government does not give a fuck about whatever kind of additives that companies are putting in to make the food taste better. It doesn't even matter if it fucking kills you. Who cares, right? If you ask Hotep Jesus, it's caused by Marxism. Ultimately, it is so fucking stupid to just like be upset when you see a normal person every now and then. Like, she's a pretty person, she's normal, she's like not a size 0. It's very weird to just like lose your fucking mind over it, okay? You are unironically triggered because you saw a person that is, not a size 0 on the cover of Sports Illustrated, and the people are clowning on you because you're being weird. The people are clowning on you because your reaction is insane. It's just odd that he's like freaking the fuck out.
Ben Shapiro literally does not know how a pussy gets wet. Like, he literally doesn't even know that. And it's just like, honestly, most of my sexual experiences have been with dudes, but even then, it's like, I know how that shit works. I know how to make that shit wet and all that. Like, it's not even hard, man. Like, even a gay person knows how to fucking make that shit wet. Are they interested in doing that? No, but they probably do. Like, for fuck's sake. How does Ben Shapiro not know how that works? He thinks it's like some sort of like bacterial infection or something. It's like, you actual idiot. You motherfucker. Like, do you not know how sexual organs work? Do you not know what fucking sex is, you sad fuck? Like, do you artificially inseminate your wife, or do you let some, like, bear of a man fuck your wife like the little cuck bitch that you are, Ben? Like, seriously, like, what the fuck is it? I guarantee you, it's you being cucked by some dude, letting your wife get plowed by him and literally getting, impregnated by him versus you little twink bitch, Ben Shapiro. God, what, like, a actual fucking twink cuck, dude. Ugh. And it's like, I don't even care if, there happens to be people that, embrace that about themselves, but Ben's an insecure little bitch boy about it. I have a problem when they're insecure little bitch boy degenerates about this shit. Like the Nick Fuenteses, the Ben Shapiro types. Like, that's where I got an issue with this type of shit. It's just like, boo. Like, you sad little bitches. Just embrace the fact that you're just weird, into some interesting weird sexual kinks. Like, get over it, you sad fucks. Like, whatever. Like, no one's gonna hurt you or harm you besides the fucking weird cult that you built around yourselves, you sad degenerates. Like, ugh. And you only did that to yourselves. No one did that for you, you sad bastards.
Standards are being changed and being defined. It's like, yeah, they have been, dude. They have been to define a size 0 as the beauty standard. And when you look to someone who's like literally average weight in America, you fucking lose your shit. If anything, those standards are not gonna like cause people to become fatter. Like, no one's gonna be like, oh, I saw a fat person on the cover of a magazine, I want to be fat now. If anything, it normalizes the way that normal people look to everyone else, so they're not getting fucking harassed all the time.
Change the standards of beauty.
No shit, really. It's like, oh no, like, there's a few, like, model magazines and, like, fashion, companies that, like, normalize people that might be somewhat overweight or even, God forbid, obese and shit. Like, yeah, guess what? Especially in America, that fucking exists. Like, if anything, unfortunately, not even necessarily unfortunately, it's just like, it's just a happenstance. That's just tends to be the norm around here in America. So what? Like, we gotta, like, fucking, like, make a cultural and a societal norm to basically, like, shun and fucking, like, make these type of people feel bad just because they're a little bit overweight. Like, fuck that. Like, ugh. It's gross. And if even then, it's like people that happen to be, like, ever so slightly or even significantly fit outside of this, like, margin of what, like, society deems, you know, as like, you know, like sexually, like, you know, or like, you know, like attractively, you know, adequate or whatever the fuck. It's just like, fuck that. Like, ugh. Like even then, it's like most people, I think, you know, are shifting away from that type of shit and trying to like go a little bit more on the outskirts of these type of things and kind of look towards more the outcast, so to speak, at least around the more progressive areas. But I mean, evidently, there's definitely a long way to go with this type of shit. Because I mean, you got people like Ben who are still trying to, you know, suppress, you know, a lot of the fucking sexual embracement and fucking, like, you know, genuine, like, libertarian, like, embracement of, like, you know, the individual and shit. Despite these parasites, you know, trying to say that, oh, they're the actual libertarians and, oh, they're the actual ones who are for the individuals. It's like, you motherfuckers. Like, no, you're not, you two-faced lying snakes. You actual fucking venomous vipers. The idea that they're like for individuality or for fucking freedom is such a farce that, ugh. The idea that they, you know, could just appropriate those fucking, you know, ideas and just like run with it and shit is just so fucking disgusting and vitriolic to me. It's like, ugh. It almost makes you want to puke, basically. Ugh.
It is not that there are many, many studies demonstrating that facial symmetry is a general indicator of beauty in virtually all cultures, or that there's a hip to waist ratio.
I mean, honestly, not entirely. At least not necessarily to me. If someone has like some crooked teeth or like some asymmetric, you know, details about themselves, I mean, if anything, that adds character to them in my mind, thus making them a little bit more attractive in my mind. So it's like, honestly, that's not like entirely a catch-all. Like, there's definitely a lot of people who fit outside of that fucking generality. I really hate when people fucking, like, say that stupid shit. It's like, oh yeah, there's, like, some biological, like, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. Because there's definitely plenty of people out there, like me, who don't inherently see, like, you know, some sort of biological attractiveness to things like symmetry and all this other shit when it comes to, like, the conformism that, you know, goes around society, especially in a capitalistic society. Like, like, honestly, when it comes to a lot of the standards of that shit, like, a lot of it, at least for me personally, fits right outside of that shit. And having some asymmetric, you know, details and, you know, traits about yourself, to me, is just character traits and shit. And it adds a little bit more of a personality to you. And at least for me, you know, makes you a little bit more attractive in a way. You know, and so it's just like the more rough and gruff outcast types and shit, you know, just because they're not as, quote, asymmetric or like as symmetric, so to speak, and shit. Like, to me, that's just a little bit more attractive in comparison to like a hyper symmetric fucking like conformist type of person shit. And honestly, when it comes to genetics, you know, and shit, like, yeah, there's gonna be a lot of symmetry and shit because it's just how biology works in a lot of ways. But just because of that factor alone does not make it like, oh, it's like an immediate natural attractiveness and like some sort of norm that, you know, needs to be achieved. It's just like, that's just the happenstance of how the dice roll. So what? Like, frankly, especially for me, I know there's definitely aspects about myself that are asymmetric, like my ears are, for especially. Like, one has, like, what looks like, you know, someone took a bite out of, you know, like a corner of my ear, while the other one doesn't. You know, that's one version, you know, or at least one aspect about it. Like, one side of my face, you know, grows facial hair a lot more in comparison to the other side of my face. Like, there's a lot of aspects about, you know, that are asymmetric about myself that, you know, that are just natural and biological to me. You know, and what, like what, every human, you know, just is not, like, asymmetrical in some way or another. Like, while on general level they are, there's going to be some aspects that, you know, go outside of that. And what, like, oh, we have to, like, you know, suppress that or some shit, even if it's, like, some arbitrary genetic factor or some shit. It's like, fuck that. Like, if anything, like, you know, the arbitrary, like, asymmetric aspects about ourselves, physically or otherwise and shit, you know, adds to character and the fucking, you know, interest or curiosity to a person in my mind. I mean, and every person has that in some way, shape, or form. Whether physical or otherwise.
Across cultures, or that there is even such a thing as sexual attraction
Wait, can't be serious, right? Her facial symmetry is part of the reason why she's a plus-size model. She's very pretty. Beauty is not an objective thing, obviously, but like it's as close to objective as you can get when you talk about like facial symmetry or whatever the fuck, right? Obviously, it's still impossible to pinpoint, and it's certainly not across culture. This is just a lie. But and especially the hip to ratio thing is a total fucking lie when he says like across culture. But the facial symmetry is part of the reason why she is a model. Like, she is conventionally a very attractive person. It's just the truth.
And this more generally, which provides a very weird sort of thing for Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, because if there's no such thing as sexual attraction generally, then why have a swimsuit edition? But the notion is, of course, that we should pretend that human biological attractiveness does not exist, or that it is all culturally defined, and that if you don't find...
Why are these people...
Who the fuck says that? Oh, like, you know, natural human attractiveness doesn't exist. Like, literally... Like, actually, like, literally, who fucking says that? Like, yeah, there's, like, gonna be a natural attractive beautiness about humanity. Like, that's just kind of like, oh my god, who actually like, he just threw that out of his ass. Like, he literally threw that out of the fuck of his ass cheeks. Like, that literally came out of nowhere. Like, there's no basis or evidence for that at all. He literally just threw that out of his ass. Like, I'm like as about as radically left and progressive as they come and shit. And even I don't fucking think that. Like, who thinks that? I want to meet them if they exist. Like, who the fuck is he talking about? I've never met them. Never. I don't even... he just threw that out of his ass. That's just straight up a lie. Needed burkini to really trigger that fucker. Like, I love how there's, like, this whole thing about burkinis and shit like that, like, in some places, like, in Europe and shit, or there's, like, some weird hoopla about it, and it's just like, why do we give a fuck that someone wears a burkini, where it's, like, a bikini, but it's, like, a burqa equivalent? Like, who gives a fuck? If a woman wants to wear that for some reason, whether religiously or otherwise, I don't give a fuck. Who cares? Like, you know what? Let every woman wear a bikini for as far as I give a shit. Like, let literally every single woman on the beach wear that as far as they care. I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, why is... Oh, my God. Because they want government control over women's bodies. I know, it's so stupid. Was it, like, France that literally... Or, like, some city in France that... I think it was Nice. I think it was Nice, France, that banned bikinis, like, on their beaches. And it's like, why? Like, why do you give a fuck, you sad, puritanical, fucking moral, misogynistic, prude fucks? Like, oh no, there's some women who decided to cover themselves up more on the beach? Like, it's actually weirdly anti-puritanical. And honestly, to an extreme that I hate. It's like, what are you doing? Why? Why do you give a fuck someone decided, you know, to wear a burkini versus otherwise? Like, Jesus Christ, people are retarded. The right wing in the world, like, I mean, especially in the U.S., but man, the right wing in general, I wonder, there needs to be a neurological study on their brains. I mean, for real. What the fuck is Zukov doing? I don't even know. I'm not worried about him. He's being weird.
Dude, I don't understand. Like, you literally don't need to fucking try to intellectualize why you didn't find this particular cover model attractive. Like, you don't have to try and do that. And he's, like, so self-assured. Like, he's just like, yeah, actually, hypothetically speaking, like, beauty standards exist in the world. And, unfortunately, I couldn't fap to this one. I did not like Sports Illustrated. I am going to unsubscribe.
Yumi Nu, as sexy.
It's like fucking Jordan Peterson, where he's just like, I'm not gonna bend to the will of the authoritarianism, culture when it comes to beauty and attractiveness. This is not beautiful. Sorry, I don't care. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, literally, no one gives a shit. Like, if you personally, subjectively don't find Yumi Uno attractive on the fucking magazine shit, who cares? I personally think she's sexy as fuck, but that's just me. You know, but I don't care. You know, whatever. Like, you do you, boo. Like, why do these right-wingers give such a shit about, you know, what people's personal... it's such a... Oh. Like, why? Like, I mean, outside of bodily autonomy, control, and fucking, like, you know, control of what people personally think, it's like... How do you enforce it, and why do you give such a fuck to try to enforce it? Like, do you think do they really think it's going to be such a collapse on society, considering how, quote, rampant it is these days? It's just like, give me a fucking break, man. These reactionary, sad little fucks, they're just such childs. Fucking children. Hey, it's 420 on the stream. Fuck yeah.
You are fat phobic in some way.
Like, no one is even saying that. People aren't even saying that. No, people are just making fun of you because you're like bent out of shape that you couldn't jerk off to the swimsuit edition, a cover model. Like, what is going on?
He can barely jerk off to his wife, considering that he literally thinks that his wife getting wet is a fucking medical fucking problem versus just a natural thing that the pussy does. Like, oh my god, like, honestly, there's legitimately, you know, something to be had about, like, you know, Republicans and conservatives, at least to a certain extent, being, like, at least, you know, educationally, like, stunted. But, I mean, because straight the fuck up, how does one not know that, hey, pussy wet equal sexual arousal? Like, it doesn't, like, I mean, that shit, like, that, I mean, unless you're straight up gayer as fuck, like, I mean, straight up, like, I mean, there's just kind of, like, the biological, like, yeah, you know, that's kind of, like, you know, given. Like, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. It doesn't. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist. It doesn't even take fucking like a Neanderthalic fucking caveman to fucking figure that shit out, man. Like, it doesn't. Yeah, so many of these people like Ben don't fucking know. It's like, what the fuck? Like, how are you that educationally stunted? Like, really, honestly, that just shows how poisonous religion is. Because, honestly, like, I can't really think of anything else besides religion, honestly, on that one.
Why are they like this? It's so funny. I love these issues.
Religion, that's why. Like, honestly, I can't think of anything else besides that.
In my opinion, I think this kind of like showcases how fucking weird they are. They just basically self-report over and over again. But still, it's just like pretty funny. To the Normans, they probably look at this and go, what the fuck? I have a cousin that looks like that, and you're being fucking rude for no reason. I have a mom that looks like that. You're being rude for no fucking reason. My wife looks like that. My girlfriend looks like that. Why are you fucking saying these things? Like, I find my girlfriend very attractive. Why are you just like randomly shitting on my girlfriend? Is how most Americans are gonna fucking look at this and feel.
Yep.
Especially because like he basically personally admitted that she was like beautiful in the beginning.
Well, you are a bigot in some way, and that's the reason they do this. Why else would they do it? I mean, I'm just guaranteeing you that if a dude has a choice between buying two magazines, one with Yumi Nu on the cover and one with Brooklyn Decker on the cover, that's not a question as to which magazine sells faster. Everyone knows this. The entire advertising
Maybe because the capitalistic fucking industry that, you know, enforces what beauty standards are, fucking will, you know, push that as like a normal in society, and that's what people think on a general level. Sukaf, stop it. I mean, because honestly, it's like, at the end of the day, even with that in mind, like, I know what choice I'm making, and it's going to be Yumi Uno. Like, just at the end of the day. I like him thick. Like, fuck you, Ben. Like, what? Oh, just be... Like, what? Like, honestly, like, what? Is this just, like, you know, like, argument, you know, like, via, like, the, like, you know, like, ox populi or whatever the fuck it is when it comes to the fallacy? Like, fallacy, populi or whatever the fuck it is specifically. Like, basically the fallacy based on, like, you know, oh, you know, because the majority of the people agree with it, thus it must be correct. It's just like, no, it's not. At the end of the day, you know, beauty is subject to the eye of the beholder. Like, that's the most objective fucking fact about beauty, you know, if there is any. Is that it's subjected to the eye of the fucking beholder. And, you know, just because you think it's not beautiful when it comes to a certain aspect about humanity, or a woman, or a man, or whoever the fuck, doesn't mean that other people view it that way. You know, it's just like, that's why the saying exists, Ben, you absolute fucking moronic dipshit fucking cockroach. I really question whether, like, you know, these conservatives are actually, like, properly educated or not, or what. Like, seriously, like, what the fuck? Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, the people like her are just straight up, like, at least either mildly or straight up illiterate. And then, like, people like Ben, if anything, at least for them, it's more like just straight up pure religious indoctrination. It's just like, I mean, it's either one or the other, or a combination of both. I guess Marjorie Taylor Greene would be a combo of both, but either way. It's like, man. The lack of education is really the most destructive thing that you could do to humanity. No wonder America's, like, you know, regressed so much when it comes to education, and really even since its beginnings, you know, and never really prioritized it at all. Like, there's some weird shit that you can find about America's education system, you know, in its early stages. It's like, what the fuck? Some fucked shit. Don't forget the grifters. Well, yeah, I guess, yeah. Like the Dave Rubins. Can't forget the grifters like the Dave Rubins. You're right. I don't really think of them as much because they're in it for the money. So, really, they're more of like a sideliner. More so the people who are, in a way, honestly, legit, more influential. Like, the grifters aren't as influential because they just make money off the people who are legitimately influential, like people like Ben Shapiro. People like Ben Shapiro are more influential than Dave Rubin. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, that's just factual. Oops. I didn't spill nothing, but a can fell. You know what? I'll pick the can up later. There's nothing left in that anyway, so might as well just drink the last of it. Anyway.
All of Hollywood is built on this. Why do you think Hollywood casts astonishingly good-looking people?
Why is he speaking to an audience of 85-year-olds, bro? When are you...
Says the fucking Hollywood boy. Says the boy who was born and raised in Hollywood, you fucking shitbag. Like, I mean, honestly, at least for Ben Shapiro specifically, as a personal human being, like, the reason why he's so up against Hollywood and shit like that, because he's a failed Hollywood prodigy. Like, his parents both worked in Hollywood in some way, shape, or form. I think his mom was more of a music, in the realm of, like, the music aspect of it, and his dad was more in, like, the production aspect of it. So it's just, like, straight up, like, he's basically, like, a failed Hollywood prodigy, so he always has to rail against Hollywood every fucking chance he can. Because he's just like, ew, Hollywood, gross, man. And it's like, yeah, guess what? Because you're a failed prodigy. Because, you know, like, you were too fucking garbage and stupid and shitty when it came to the politics and your fucking views and the people that you hung around with. You know, to the people that actually are already there. That, like, you were just going to be considered an outcast anyway. So, like, there was no reason for you to even venture there in the first place. That's why he's so triggered about it and insecure. Like, he's sexually insecure, and he's professionally as a career insecure because he wishes he could be a part of that Hollywood in club. Like, dead ass. Like, he seriously wishes he could be a part of that liberal Hollywood in club. Because a lot of his politics aren't really that much different between, like, the liberal fucking hyper-establishment corporatist, you know, mindset either. Like, there's not that much besides, you know, the weird social conservative grift bullshit. You know, so it's just like, I mean, it really just speaks a lot to him more so than anything else when it comes to stupid shit like this. Like, I mean, it says more about his insecurities more so than, like, how society fucking views shit. Because he's insecure about himself, you know, sexually and as a person, and he feels insecure about himself as a career. Like, he's a very insecure, like, a lot of people on the right wing, I mean, especially when they have some form of influence, tend to have a lot of insecurities about themselves. It's not a coincidence. Like, straight up, like, I mean, it seems to be, like, you know, part of the traits, you know, when it comes to, you know, being a very influential, you know, right-wing reactionary or fascist enabler or some shit. Like, or, like, whether you're, like, a Nazi, a fascist, or, like, some sort of, like, conservative influencer, whether you're, like, Shapiro Crowder or whoever the fuck, like, I mean, there's always, you know, some sort of an enabulation, you know, and, like, an expansion of, like, how do we, you know, like, project our insecurities as much as possible, whether it's, like, based on our careers, sexually, personally, you know, whatever the fuck it is. Like, they have to always, you know, elaborate more so on their insecurities by projecting it on the left or the libs or whatever the fuck, you know, scapegoat they want to throw it at.
You stand, dude. Also, he's wrong. He's wrong because, like, at least the Yumi Nu thing is, like, new and different. And part of the reason why they do it, and Ben is right about this, is because it actually drives the narrative. People like this get mad and lose their shit, and then people go and actually fucking click on the website. So Ben is unironically playing into the fucking Sports Illustrated game. And you're, you know, you're falling for it.
What's also hilarious about sort of the way that the beauty media work here is I have to compare and contrast here. So you have Yumi Nu, who is overweight, on the cover of the SI Swim, and if you mention this, it's bad. The entire purpose for putting this
person... She's not even overweight. Like, this weird idea that she's overweight is kind of bullshit. She really isn't. Like, she has a little bit of chub. Oh no. She's, like, overweight now. Like, grow up.
She is overweight. But if you mention she's overweight, this means that you're bad. You're not supposed to notice. Stop.
You're banned? You're bad? Like, no, dude. It's about, like, being a fucking dickhead, I think. Right? This is the thing that's...
It's being a fucking misogynistic piece of shit that, you know, can't accept the fact that there's women who can be plus size who are sexually attractive as fuck. Like, I mean, that's really it. So, it's just, like, honestly, it's really just fundamentally the chauvinistic misogyny that he holds. Where you have to be like some sort of hyper supermodel skinny, you know, woman, you know, or some shit, you know, to be attractive. At least when it comes to this shit.
Perverts is that, like, they have to moralize and intellectualize, like, every kind of fucking conversation. And it goes against, like, how human beings operate. So in a weird way, they come across, like, super irrational to the average person. No, it's just like, you're a dick. Like, why would you fucking run around and, like, literally point to every person who you think is, like, a little bit more overweight than what your perfect body type is like, and be like, you're fat. You should not actually be on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You're fat. Like, you're just a fucking rude dickhead. That's it. That's literally it. That's why people are clowning on you.
I mean, no shit. I mean, honestly. It's like, oh no, someone happens to be, like, barely overweight. Oh, well... They're fucking, like, you know, just, you know, like, barely obese. And I'm gonna project so much of my fucking, you know, insecurities, you know, onto what the fuck they are and shit. Man. It's like, man, these fucking people. These super fucking reactionary conservative motherfuckers. Where they want to project so much of their fucking insecurities onto everyone else in society and make everybody pay for their shit. Like, give me a fucking break, man.
I ate 3 pieces of it.
Huh?
I ate 3 pieces of it.
Hey.
Ribs. So the big ones are... I took the little ones, the big ones are for you.
Oh, man, don't worry about it. I'm gonna take a little bit here in a little bit. Get some food. I'm actually feeling pretty hungry. Zukov, you've been, like, annoying as fuck for, like, the last 20 minutes, bro. That's usually is.
You know what's funny?
Hmm.
Since I've had this, I haven't changed back to my other boil.
I'm not surprised.
This one's better.
Because this, yeah, looks like that one's better.
It is.
Looks like you're having a lot of fun with it. Whoa!
It's a disappearing act.
Smells good now.
Doesn't it?
Smells nice. Hotbox Garage. Oh yeah, dude, with the vape he has, it gets hotbox quick. Whoa.
This is one cloud. That's
nice.
I can be in the garage for 10 minutes and hotbox it. Are you gonna jump in there? If you jump in there, I would fucking laugh my ass off.
Oh, you know he would. Aww.
Did you tell Daddy you didn't make any noise today? Yeah. Did you tell Daddy when I came home you didn't make any fucking noise? You were just in the kennel, just like, what the fuck? Why am I here?
Oops. I meant to do this one.
Before Jesus.
Zombie?
No. Nail bomb.
Somebody
No.
doesn't have any food. Who?
Huh?
Who is this again?
Nail bomb.
Kind of sounds like a zombie.
It's a kind of like a collaboration album between different artists from other bands. Basically made this album and then like a live album version too. Sukaf! Come here.
He needs water.
Come here. Come here.
Like, no.
Come here.
Daddy.
Come here.
Like, feed me.
Fucker. Come here. Come.
Lays down and makes some noise at you.
Come here. Come here, bro. Come here.
Sukov.
Sukov.
Quit being a little shit.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Sukov. Hey, Sukov. Come here. 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 Sukov. Sukov.
You're not gonna put me in jail, are you?
Zukov! Zukov! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Come here! Zukov! Zukov! Ah!
You big baby!
You fucking degenerate!
You big baby!
Come here! Oh my god, you fuck!
I just can't wait until he gets big enough to where you can't pick him up anymore.
Come here. Oh.
Doggy. The doggy. The doggy.
Goof.
You're a big goofball.
You're goof. You're so absurd.
You're such a big goofball.
Oh my god. You fuck. No. Oh. You're a goof. So insane. Such a goofball. Me. 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 Oh. Oh, he's such a goofball. Baby. What? What? Exactly. What? What? What you gonna do? You look so triggered when I do that. It's so cute. Oh my god, you fuck. So heavy. Ugh. What the fuck? Ah! Ah! I got ambushed by tongue. Ew. No. You psycho dog. Look at you. You nutball. Look at you. What? You knew I was gonna do some shit. You knew I was gonna fucking shit. What the fuck? What's this? What are you doing now, bro? Nope. I do not accept this. I do not endorse this. I do not endorse what you have just done. Ooh. Oh. 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 You fucking noises, bro. Little grunts and moans. Hey! Are you chewing on my hair? Is this a new thing you're doing? What are you doing? Are you chewing on my hair now? God, you nutball. There's... God, do you know what gravity is? Do you know what the laws of physics are? And do you know how to fucking contain them within you? Because holy shit, you're not doing me any favors. I'm gonna squeeze you until you pop. Squeeze you until you pop, so then I can just stuff you up like a good little crock pot stew that you is. Put you in there for good and old 4 to 8 hours. Yeah. 8 hours sounds good, because then we can get you all nice and stringy. Goof. Boop. You're so triggered about it. Stop it! Why do you keep doing that? Stop! Stop doing that! What? Oh my god, you fucking you little piece of shit. Ah! Whoa! Get away! No! You are nuh-uh. I'm not vibing with for whatever you were attempting to do there. I do not endorse the activities you were just trying to do. What are you doing? What is this? What are you doing? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Oh my, okay, you know what? Alright. You don't know what gravity is. You really don't. Bro. Oh my god. Don't come back over here thinking you're gonna get, like, some sort of, like, redemption. Especially that, like, close encounter with the third kind. I'm not about that. I don't roll those dice with you, dude. Like, I joke around with your peaches. Like, I play around with you. You're like a little cuddle monster. You're a sweet boy. I want to snuggle up with you every day. But, like, bro, I got a line in the sand. And you need to stop. Stop breaking the line. It's not cool. Not cool, bro. Oh my god. I ain't sitting next. You're giving me the puppy eyes. And you're sitting next to me. Why? You're not getting anything. Well, besides, like, you know, what? Fresh bowl of food, because your food bowl is literally upside down. And some water. But that's gonna happen as soon as I wrap this up, because that's gonna happen pretty soon. Goofy baby. I got you to attend to. Plus I have a weekend to look forward to, which honestly, I don't even know what I'm gonna even do on my weekend. Mama's got COVID, so I can't fucking visit her at all. So that's out of the game plan. So I'm just like sitting here like, what the fuck am I doing on my weekend? Like tomorrow, I'm gonna literally be like, all right, well, I guess the house will be the priority, I suppose. I guess I don't know. Like I literally got nothing planned, so it's like just take it day by day. But yeah, I got you to attend to, you sweet baby boy. Look at you, handsome boy. Such a good boy, yes you is. Yeah. Well, I got the last Super Bowl cashed out and all that fun stuff. And get myself some food, make sure he's all fed and hydrated and all that good stuff. Oh, don't be a little Patty McGowdy, you little degenerate son of a bitch. You will be taken care of. I'm gonna be eating ribs for my food, so you're gonna have fresh bones to chew on, okay? So, get over it. You pouty little spoiled brat, you silver-spooned little bourgeois anarchist. Now that makes me wonder, is a bourgeois anarchist actually a thing? I guess I'll ponder that in my head. Anyway, call good for the stuff. Oh my god, is English like a language I can achieve? Okay, I'll call good for the rest of the living. So, peace out. Of course, I'll be back around for the next one. So.